Welcome, part 12, I think, of our beautiful switch wire. No, wrong stream. Of our beautiful V0 build here. We worked on that the last couple of weeks and we changed LDs in December. We changed the X axis beam to like a lightweight one in December. We swapped the XY joints with CNC parts. And yeah, last week we did canvas. So it's getting quite a nice build actually. And today we will do, I think, almost the last step in making this my perfect V0. And this is a probe. And the V0 bed is extremely small, obviously, and you don't really need a probe to get like perfect first layers. But why I want a probe is two things. Firstly, I don't want to spend time on leveling the bed, and like it's taking quite a while to really get it perfect. And the second thing is I want to swap the build plate sometimes. So I sometimes use this OSEC plate here, which is great. But I also really like the textured look of a textured PDI sheet. So I'm kind of like found myself swapping between them. And every time I swap, I need to change the Z offset, which is a bit annoying. And I know there are like some solutions where you can have multiple beds configured in Clipper with macros and stuff. That's just a hassle. Like I don't want to do that. I just want it to work. That's one thing. And the other thing is also like when I change the nozzle of the Revo, I feel like every time the Z offset changes a bit. And it's just a bit annoying. It's not by much, but it's just like not super perfect anymore. And yeah, so the solution is obviously to have a probe. And the best solution is to have a probe that takes care of the Z offset for you. Because then it's just like everything included. You don't have to do anything. No hassle. And yeah, so the obvious solution here is then the Revo. We could have also gone with a clicky. There's the slide swipe mod, which allows you to have like a servo motor on the side here that just like swipes in like a clicky probe, and you can pick it up with the Toolhead and do your clicky thingy. And then like the server collects it again. We did it actually on the poor man's Corks Y has it set up. Like it's actually like a V0 mod that I added to my design. Um, Downside is we have here on the side, we do have, I have no new camera arm. I'm very happy with this. Let's see how it holds up today. Um, we do have the LED strips here on the side basically. And this is exactly where the slide swipe would also mount, and that most likely would not work well together. So that would be a bit of a hassle. Like, of course, you can move the LD strip somewhere else, but yeah, a lot of like secondary work. And for me, the PZ probe from E3D, like that, just integrates nicely in the Revo system. And that's what we're gonna do. It was actually quite hard to get some. Hi there, Steve. Welcome. It was actually quite hard to get one. They're sold out everywhere. There's supposed to be a new batch coming like in March, from what I saw. Like all the online shops had like available in early March, or like shipping early March. You can pre-order. And this one, as far as I know, this one was the last in all of Europe that I could buy. Like there was one shop in Italy that had it in stock, so I ordered it from Italy, which worked perfectly fine. But yeah, it was a bit of a hassle. So what's included? We have a very nice bag, of course. We have some cables. We need to check what we need these cables for, to be honest. I have no clue. Like for these two, I honestly don't know. Like this looks like a heater, like hot end heater cable. But I don't know why this is included here, to be honest. This cable we need for sure. Hi there, this is what will connect to this teeny tiny board here. I designed this little holder. I didn't find some nice holder for this board. So I designed my own this week, and this is what we're gonna use. So there's this little like board here, and this cable connects here to this plug. It has a lot of cables. From what I've read so far, we don't need a lot of them. So basically, on the other side, you see like you have a lot of different plugs. The only plug we really need is this JST plug here. And this has ground, 5 volt, and signal. That's it. All the others are to change the presets, as far as I understood, of this board. Like this board has basically different presets of sensitivity, and also it has some filter options. Basically, some presets have filters. You can press this little button here on top to cycle through the predefined presets. And using these connections, you can also like change the presets. One is a UART connection, one is an I2C connection, and the last one I forgot. But in the end, none of them are needed. The only thing you really need is this JST plug. And this is like, let's say, advanced usage, which we are not going to do. So this is the cable we basically will use to connect it to our Toolhead board. Obviously, it's a bit long, so we need to change that. I don't have any crimps for this connector. I don't know what this is. This is a JST connector, but it's not the XT. It's not a PH. It's the whatever is smaller. Like it's really tiny. Like you can compare it here. Like these are the JST PH, I think. These are the normal ones that you use on your printer like quite a lot. And just compare the size. Like this, like 3-pin is basically exactly the size of the 8-pin of that. Like it's minuscule. So I think what we're going to do is like we will just try to remove the pins from this plug that we don't need. And then we can just cut the cable and crimp like a new connector to the end. Yes, so cable. Yeah, briefly talked about the board. So this board basically is the brains, so to say. On one side, we have the rainbow cable that we just talked about. And on the other side, there is a flatband cable that goes to the probe. The flatband cable can't be shortened really. So we need to see how we store the excess. We need to figure it out. Yeah, and this one basically is then mounted. That was my idea. So we have the V0 or the mini stealth burner toolhead here. And my idea was to basically just piggyback this here on the back. So we have long screws going through this entire thing and then screwing into the posts here. And then the board, I have two. We need to see which one we want to use. The board basically is here on the back. So I think it's quite nice. We have no issues here with clearance, luckily, because there's quite a lot of space. And yeah, so the difference between these two holders is just the orientation of the board. You can see like here we have 2 screw holes on the bottom, and here we have the 2 screw holes on top. I'm not quite sure which one is better. This orientation makes this plug a bit more accessible from the side. But then the button is on the bottom. So if you want to press the button to change the presets, I was wondering whether that would actually work. I mean, you can press it for sure. Like if you use like an Allen key or something, you can press it. But with this one, the button is just on top, so it might be just easier, you know, like to just press here. But also here, you most likely need a tool because my fingers are too fat. So you also reprinted the panel for the canvas pass-through. Yes, I did. I'll talk about it in a second. So yeah, not sure which one to use. I think my favorite is still this one here, even though the button is a bit harder to reach from the bottom. But it just makes the cable here a bit easier. Because looking at the labels here, they're like teeny tiny labels. This is ground and 5 volt and signal, so we need the bottom 3, which kind of like directly go here to the post. So maybe this orientation is a bit better than if you like flip it around, basically. Oh no, that's actually the lie. If we need the bottom 3 and we like flip it, then the bottom 3 would be here on top. So let's use definitely this orientation then with the button on top. So yeah, that was one thing. Oh, let me quickly. Yep. There's a chair under the table. It's kind of like a weird spot. Sorry. Yeah, and what Steve pointed out, I also reprinted this one here. I'm not quite sure if I like the red Voron logo. In my mind, it looked better than it actually turned out in the end. This is not the same part that we had last time. If you remember, oh, I actually threw it away already. Yeah, we had the standard part of the LDO kit. Let me quickly show you what I did there. So um, oh, I don't even find my own stuff. 1 second. I'm not logged in. Like I always use a different browser for the streams because I don't want to leak like accidentally any of my profiles or stuff like that. And I'm never signed in here. Let me quickly check. I can copy this. So this one, I should remember to put this in the description. This is the part I just showed, like this like mount here for the PZ board. You see, like I published the one with the orientation on top, so that is correct. And then the other thing, the panel on the back is this one here. I actually like in last stream I added the pinned comment with the part. So this is basically it's maybe easier if I show it here, to be honest, because it's kind of like hidden now. So this is exactly what we had last stream. So we have 4 mounting holes for this Finalizing Yukon board there. And then 2 clips for the Vago connectors. It's exactly the same part that we had before. It's just like now we don't use duct tape to hold it together. It's a bit nicer. So it's just the 2 Vagos. It's the board. It's exactly the same layout. And then we just don't have this like big hole in the middle, which was meant for the original connector of that LDO breakout board. But just like this small like U-shaped one, which is similar to the no, the LEO also had this for the Bowden tube. I just made it a bit deeper. That like now the CAN cable and the Bowden tube both like comfortably fit in there. And I actually swapped it around. That's another thing I did. So with the LDO kit, the cables come out here on the back, and then like the Bowden tube always touched a bit the belt, which bothered me quite a bit. So basically, instead of having the hole on the back, I have the hole now here on front, which also works very well. Um, yeah, that's basically the only thing. Oh, and I also like redid the heat shrink here on this cable. I now used heat shrink here that has glue inside. Before I didn't. Like I used heat shrink without glue. And then basically like you could like peel out the sleeve a bit. And this one now has glue inside, so this is now like completely solid. Like this is now like a very solid cable. And also like it's nice because it's stiff, but it's very like the cable part is very flexible. So it's actually like this is a very nice way of doing these canvas cables, I think. Yeah, so that's basically what happened between the streams. And small side quest over. But yeah, so this is the start of the show, I guess. The funny part is I watched like quite a couple of streams and videos about this before now this week, just like to get ready to know what to do. And there's this like warning: do not exceed 5 volts sticker here. And I know that Steve Bills, I watched his stream, and he mentioned that he got like a preview sample unit of that, and he put 24 volts on it and fried the board. So I was like, seeing this then, I was a bit chuckling, wondering whether he missed it or whether this is there because of him. But yeah, this is the start of the show, basically. This is very, very similar to the standard Voron heatsink, the Reva Voron heatsink. Dimensions and everything are exactly the same. The only difference is that we now have this like piezo washer element thingy in here, like this thing here. And what this does is basically, I'm not an expert on that, but the piezo element basically converts mechanical strain into electrical signal. So if there's strain on that heatsink, it generates electrical signal on that flat band cable here. And this board then basically interprets the signals and detects when the end stop should be triggered. So usually, like if you have the nozzle on top and you probe and the nozzle hits something, then basically you create strain in this like part, of course, because like there's a resistance. And this creates electrical signal, and then you have an end stop. That's kind of like the theory behind this thing. It's quite cool. You can actually buy this piezo element without the heatsink, and it's a fair bit cheaper. I think the heatsink, like this kit, is around 80 euros, I think. So it's not cheap for sure. But then the heatsink alone is already like 35. So makes that piezo element basically 45 around. And you can also buy it standalone for the same price, roughly, like also 45 euros. I'm just not sure how you would mount it. So there's like really not like a lot of information. Somebody used this piezo element with a dragon burner, I think. And then there's like a part for that, but yeah, there's not like a lot of information. I also saw somebody referencing using this under the bed, which also I guess could work. So instead of having it on Toolhead, you have this between the bed spring and the bed. So basically, when the nozzle hits the bed, you also create strain. Not sure how well this works, but yeah. So this exists standalone, and yeah, that is kind of like all all I know about this part. So let's see if we can make this work. I think step one would be to take off the Toolhead, and then just like maybe add this to the Toolhead. And while I'm talking here, I also realized we had the CNC machined Toolhead mount that I wanted to add. And I think I totally forgot about this. So let's just take off the Toolhead, let's install this, and then let's see how quick or slow this goes. And then maybe if we have like a lot of time, we're super fast, we can also add this like Toolhead mount. So let's just start by removing the filament. And getting this Toolhead out, which now with the new, what could go wrong? Exactly, Steve. Exactly. Yeah, but with the new cable now, it's very easy to remove this, like with the LDO cable. Like, I'm not getting tired of saying this. It was such a pain to remove this, like, Toolhead cable. And it's like, it's super easy now. Okay, then, we gained some extra screws since last stream. Or, like, not since last stream, but in last stream, we now have, like, 5 screws holding the Toolhead. We have these two, the standard long ones here, 35 millimeter. And then we have on the back here on the bottom, the 2 new ones. I really wonder whether these 2 screws make it more stable or not. Maybe it should improve a bit in the Y direction, making it stiffer. And then our most favorite hidden screw in there somewhere. Let's see. Here we are off. I really don't like the screw. It's like so hidden. Hi there, Thomas. I have the Ender 3V2. I want to transform it to an Voron Ender wire. Do you recommend it? If you have fun building stuff like that, 100%. Like, it's a really cool project. Price-wise, there's the Seaboard kit, which I think, I'm not sure about the pricing, but the Seaboard kit I think was like around 350 euros, dollars. So yeah, that's kind of like the price. You get a really nice machine. Like, this is like the switch wire. You don't see it, but there's a switch wire here, or like end wire. It's a really nice machine. I absolutely love it, and it's a lot nicer than the Ender. That is clear. The only question is if you basically calculate. I mean, the things that if you sell an Ender, like you don't get a lot of money for it. But I think you get already switchwire kits for like 650, 700 euros. I think that's something to consider, because if you kind of calculate how much money you spend on that conversion, depending, might also be just worth to just buy like a switchwire kit and have two printers. That's the only thing I would consider. But from the principle of it, like it's amazing. It's an amazing project. I really enjoy working on it. Like still, like it's. I mean, I don't have favorites, of course, but it's one of my favorite printers, I would say. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Can we just unscrew that? You're welcome. You're welcome. But yeah, definitely go with the kit. I self-sourced my parts because it was before like the Seaboard kit was available, and I paid more than the kit and don't have the enclosure. So that's something to consider. Like if you go self-sourced, unless you have like a lot of parts laying around. I mean, it can also happen, right? That you have linear rails laying around and stuff like that. Unless that's the case, I would definitely recommend the kit. Oh man, usually the spring comes off like super easy. Now when I want it to come off, like it's very stubborn. Okay, cool. It's a lot of like random PLA bits, ABS bits like melted on there. Oh. I think they also gave us, or maybe, huh. I thought there was also a Bowden tube in there, but I must have confused that with something. Okay, let's just get this out. And we can also quickly maybe compare the heat sinks, because I'm curious if it's really just like this piezo element that was added, or if there's something else. And speaking of the ender, like these parts are all printed on the ender. Oh, dusty. Oh, there's a lot of dust in here. So that's the old heatsink, and that's the new heatsink, and they are almost identical. Are they identical? I think they changed a little bit the spacing here in those ribs on top. And then I also had a discussion with someone on Discord, if you can retrofit the piezo element to that. But the difference is basically here you see like they have these like this like set in part where like the top section is basically separate, and then you have these this connector here in the center. And that allows them to disassemble that, put the piezo element inside, and then put this back on top. And this one is just like a solid part machined in one go, basically. That's the only difference between them. Like, this one is a fair bit heavier. I'm not sure if this is a piezo element, but I feel like this is different material. Like, it feels substantially heavier. This is like very, very light aluminium, and this one feels like a lot denser. I don't have a scale now here, but I would say like it's at least like 50% heavier. Interesting. But besides, let's also quickly check if the Bowden tube length changed. Oh, and it definitely did. This is as far in as it goes. And here it's... Oh, it did not. Oh, I was like, I felt like it was a lot shorter, but before I pulled it out from the ABS part here, and then of course it's a lot shorter. Okay, so this, yeah, exactly. That's what I expected. So this looks pretty much the same. Just as like reference, quick measure. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Okay, then we don't have to work on the Bowden tube. Yeah, in this one, it will find a new home. I have or something planned for that. Okay, let's see how we mount it. So this goes in this orientation here. Let's actually also maybe quickly get all the dust out. This goes in this orientation here. So I'm just looking at like how we can route this cable. We need to be very careful with that. Nevertheless, we should add it here to this zip tie. We should just make sure that's like on the back basically. That's like flat against the plastic. And then if we have the board somewhere here, this should be fine. So let's quickly mount the board to the correct mount. Because then we can also see like if we need to have the cable on the left or on the right. I also thought about just gluing this in place, to be honest, like just using like a bit of tape. Then you could have it like a bit higher up. We also most likely will have to remove this again to like plug in the cable, because I don't think I'll get it filled in here. Okay, so if this goes in like this, the cable would need to be on this side. So that would mean we would need to mount it this way, but then the cable is more towards the front. I'm trying to be really gentle with this cable. I mean, lengthwise, this would make it almost perfect. Okay, let's quickly mount the heatsink and see if we can gently maneuver the cable from this position. It's just like on this side, it's like much easier to like get it out because it just like sticks out naturally this way. I can't rotate that. Something I checked. um, I mean, it kind of works. Let's quickly mount this in this orientation. Just using 2 screws now. Like it works. You get it out here. It's long enough either way. It just like has now this like loop, which I don't think is like bad to have this loop here. Let's try to install it this way. Let's just be very, very gentle with this entire thing. But actually, like if I go back to this part here, where we have the sport like flipped over, there's one benefit, which is that let me just quickly put this back to the other one. I think the flatband cable is easier to plug in this orientation. You don't even have to screw it in. Just holding it here. So it's like clearing this post like on the side here, so you can have direct access here. So this would be like a benefit of this orientation. And also this, yeah, let's go with this orientation. Then I think it's much easier for us to install all the cables. Hi there, Neo. Hi there, Alex. Mike Flutter with the fan on. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But now also when we flip this, like if we use this one, the other orientation is better, right? Because we need it on this side and now it's exiting on this side. So with this orientation, like I think the benefit is we have easier access here. Also for this cable is a bit easier. Plus we can route this on the correct side. I really wonder why they made it a flatband cable. I'm pretty sure there's a reason, but I really dislike them. They're always like a pain to work with. I would have preferred like a normal, like just a cable like this, like very thin. Thin I can handle. But I assume it has to do with how the piezo washer is manufactured. I somehow have a tendency to like go in this direction more and more. And slowly walking out of the frame. Yeah, this like camera arm, like this was like a side project this week. Because before I had like this weird microphone stand set up and it was like really wobbly. And this is now, it's still a bit wobbly. It's a prototype. I have to improve it further. But it's just like normal V-slot extrusions and V-wheels. And then I have here a key bag, the same that I used on the switch wire for the Z, and then holds it up. Now I can like go a lot higher up than before. I think before the max was somewhere here. Now it's like a lot further up. And I can also move it in and out. And then I have here like this like ball thingy to like angle the camera. So I hope this is a big improvement for the future. Thinking of picking up a Voron Zero with this exact mod. You mean mod for the PZ Pro? So the V0 I can full-heartedly recommend. It's a really nice machine. Currently building a 2.4. Also 2.4 is very nice. I don't have one yet. That's also on my wish list. Okay, so then let me just quickly open up this zip tie here. I think we just need to be really gentle with zip tying this cable. But my idea would be to have it like basically on the back, more or less. Maybe it's even better to just put it on top. It's like not as restricted. Oh, I don't have my zip ties. I was very optimistic to only take one zip tie. I'm pretty sure we will need more. Okay, I'm not gonna tighten this fully yet. I just want it to be kind of like in place. Okay, then for here, we basically have to replace these screws, which let me quickly grab the box for the V0. organized everything into boxes now. It's very nice since I have a V0 project box and I have a Switchwire project box, and like all the parts for that printer are in here. Alex, what kind of 2.4 do you build, or like what size do you build? I'm kind of eyeing on a 2.4 300 because I have a bit of like doubts whether the 350 is too big. But I definitely want the 300 because for the 250, like I want to have like a printer with a bigger build volume. 300 LDO kit. Ah, okay. That is, I think, a good choice. Let me see. I'm not quite sure what type of screw I need here. Oh, this looks good. This is like 25 millimeter. 25 millimeter looks perfect. Hi there, Ravenkeeper. You're never too late. The party basically just started. The only thing is we did so far is install the heatsink and figure out like how the wires are supposed to run. Okay. Question now is if I put this in here. Yeah, I think we should be able to plug it in. I think let's just. Oh, but we also need to plug in some stuff here, so this will not work. But then I also let's quickly do like a test fit. I just want to see like if the cable is like too long, too short. Let's just pull these out. I might need to have longer screws. Looking at this now, definitely, because there's like a lot of space in between the board here and the studs. So I think the ones I had before would be better. It's like 10 millimeters more. That's a bit overkill. But I think we have the space here in these spacers. Weird sense. But yeah, they're the M3 spacers basically. Because I don't think I have like M3 by 30. I mean, I could use a different screw, of course. I'm just trying to stick with the same type of screw here, just to keep it pretty. That's M3 by 25. These are too short. Just put these back. I do have M3 by 30, but these are socket heads. To check if that would be. I mean, there would be an option. I think they're like lengthwise, the 30 would be perfect. But I don't think we have button heads in 30. $40 we have, but 50 we have. We have a lot of long screws. Okay, let's try the. I'm in favor of the 35. Let's just go with the extra long ones. So be a bit careful here with this stepper cable. Let's also remove the other screw. Yeah, the ones that are in here at the moment, they're also like super long actually. They go in quite deep. Yeah, that works. These screw work perfect. So that would be like how it's mounted then. But yeah, we definitely can't fit the cable when it's in this state. But I mean, what I wanted to check here, right? The cable has actually more or less the perfect length for us. Like if we route it together with the other cables, like meaning we also take it through this the zip tie here, it basically is the perfect length. We just have to keep it like relatively close because left right the toolhead doesn't have a lot of space in the V0. So basically if the toolhead is on the 120 position here or 0 position, it more or less almost touches here. So if we move backward on the max either side, cables that stick out too much, basically they can be caught and stuff here. So yeah, that's why you always have to keep them like quite close on the V0. Okay, cool. But then this is like a viable, good setup, I think. Then how about we now look at the cable on the other side, the rainbow cable. Because this is definitely working. We just have to route the cable properly. Now everything everything will fall apart if I pull out the screw. By the way, is it me or is the stream a bit dark? It looks a bit, could be my screen though. Not sure. Should be fine. If somebody complains about the brightness, I'll do something about it. Okay, so we need a cable. We need to quickly check the pin out of the EPB36, but most likely, I would assume we use this port here, which is for the BL Touch. Hi there, Harlem. Welcome to our PZ adventure. Let's do some research. So, EBB36. So what we need is a 5 volt, a ground, and we need a signal IO pin. No, I'm not allowed to see this. Open image in new tab. And yeah, I think this is like the end stop is quite a good candidate for that, to be honest, because the yellow one. I don't like using this on the bottom here because it's just a DuPont connector, so DuPont doesn't have like a locking mechanism. Basically, it doesn't have like something that prevents it from just slipping out. So I would definitely give the JST connector here the edge. So we need 5 volt ground, and the PV6 is then just like a random IO pin we can use for the signal. Yeah, we definitely have to shorten the cable. There's no way around that. I want to go here. There's no way around that. Like this is a bit too long for our purpose. So I already mentioned in the beginning, so we have 8 wires here. We don't need 8 wires. All we need is basically this section, which is 5 volt ground and the signal. All the others are just to program to the presets of this like little like board here. So the board interprets the signals from the PC probe, and it has different presets, and you can use this button here on the bottom to cycle through the presets. And these collections here are basically just to program these presets. And I think you can also put a firmware update with one of them. So one is UART, one is something, and one is I2C. So yeah, but we only need the brown, the red, and the orange wire here. And I'm also, let's first start by just cutting that to rough length. And we don't have to like manage this like super long cable here. So this is like way too long still. I'll just, feels very wrong cutting this cable because I can't make my own. Let's just throw it over there. So I can't make my own because I cannot crimp this connector. It's absolutely tiny. Then the only wires we need are the first three. See if we can kind of like pull it apart without damaging them. Looks good. So my plan here would now to, let me also get a bit closer here. My plan would be to basically get rid of these cables completely. So what I would do is remove those pins here. So this seems to work like any like the small JST connectors. Like I think it's XT are the small ones, like the small ones that we usually use in small. These are like tiny. But basically, you can see there's like this like plastic levers here on front. And I think what we can try is to just get them up, and then we can pull out the pin. That's my plan. So I would just remove the pins we don't need, and only keep these three. Yeah, perfect. So now it's like split. Let's give this a shot. Um, Not quite sure. Yeah, here I have one up. So if I yes, perfect. Okay. I mean, I think this is like a destructive operation, more or less. Oh, actually, like I can put it back down. Let's actually do this really like one by one. I think this is easiest. And we don't need these cables anymore. I would definitely keep them though. Because in case we later want to connect I2C or something, it's actually like the EBB36, it has an I2C connection. I'm thinking whether we should connect it. Nah, that's not. So technically the Toolhead could use this I2C connection, but let's not, I'm not sure how this works. I don't think we need it because I'm not planning on adapting the presets. And if I need to, I will just order, like you can order these plugs basically pre-crimped. Okay, so now we have like a lot of like individual cables, and then we can work on the one by one. Actually, like thinking about now, I think we can also do this like if it's destructive, it's not really bad because like yeah, I can just order like pre-crimped connectors. Here we go. Perfect. Now we have a tiny cable. And I would already plug this in, to be honest. And I wonder whether we should unscrew the board, plug it in. Might be. It might be easy. Let's unscrew this and screw it in when we are ready with the cables. Okay, let's get rid of all the things we don't need, which are all these like random small cables. Then let's plug this in. Perfect. So lengthwise, I don't think we need like long cables. I mean, it needs to go to the other side. Right, so technically this is how it will be mounted, and then it needs to basically do this loop. And then here's the connector we want to use. So it's like really something like, try to give it like a little bit extra, like this is more or less what we need. And then when we, so I would now just crimp the JST pins here. I wouldn't put it in the plug yet, because with the plug, we should open the documentation and then start double checking which cable is what before we plug in the wrong things. So, just to check. So the the PH, JCPH are small ones, and this is even smaller. So it's like minuscule. Like this is a JCPH plug, and I just like compare the size of that with the connector there. It's like absolutely crazy. And I think actually we can reuse. Yeah, not gonna bother to remove that housing. We also need a. Oh, let me quickly check. I think we are actually needing the PH, because this is a 5-pin connector. Yeah, it's definitely the smaller one. PH, yeah, this is too big. This connector is too big. So then I have the wrong things here. We need indeed the small ones as well. There's a random DuPont connector in there. I think these got a little bit mixed up. Whew, okay. Always fun crimping these tiny. I'm doing my best to do it in frame. Actually, before I crimp it here, let me quickly do like one test. Because I'm never sure which crimp setting I should use for these small ones, because I don't use them so often. Let's just do like a test. Because I don't have so much cable on the actual cable to like do it like 5 times. So it should kind of be okay on the first or second time try. So I think we go with the medium setting, and yeah, the medium setting is already fine. Yeah, this is a good connection. So medium setting it is. See, I would have used a small one, and it would have been like too squeezed, and then like the cable would be damaged. It's very small. I always have to pay attention also to not accidentally damage the other cables. In the process. One more. Oh, I squeezed it too much now. I think now it's a bit Oi. Try to open this a bit. Yeah, let's try again. I squeezed it a bit too much in the front. And then I always fear if I squeeze them, like, so usually how I do it is like I put it in here, I hold it, and then I just squeeze it a bit to just hold the connector on the cable. But if I squeeze it too much, then the crimp doesn't end up being nice. Perfect. Okay, cool. I actually don't have JSTPH here with 5. I am fairly certain I don't have that. Oh, I do have that. Ah, I'm very surprised. It's like my magic crimping box. I do have like all the connectors that came with the Toolhead board as well. Okay, let's quickly check with the E3D manual. Because if we put it in the wrong way, it's fairly certain we have to recrimp it. And while crimping is fun, I prefer not to do it too much. Let me quickly clean up a bit. This is what we still need. We also said we keep this orientation. So this can go away. I was really certain there was a Bolton tube in this kit. Okay, E3D manual. Oh yeah, and this is the other kit without the heatsink. But yeah, I'm really not like certain if this would be compatible with the existing LDO Voron heatsink because I didn't find any information on that. I didn't want to order it without knowing. So let's quickly check. Is this? Yeah. So documentation is quite good, I would say. Like overall, like described quite a bit here, which is very nice. So looking at this, so we have this connector is basically what we cut off, right? This JST XHP. So we know brown is ground, red is up to 5 volt, and orange is the trigger, the signal basically. So I was just a bit confused for a second because like my order here is different. I have brown, red, orange, like here, but then I was looking here on this plug section there, and it was like red, brown, orange. And I was like, doesn't match, but yeah. So somehow, seemingly they swap it. Oh yeah, you see it actually here on the crimp. They crimped it over across. Never mind that. So this is what we have on the probe side. And on the board side, we need 5-volt ground and the trigger. I'm listening to you upgrading your Voron while I repaired mine 1 hour ago, again with the connection between the boards. And now I'm repairing a walking pad. A lot of repairing. I actually also have like a repair queued up. Like on my gaming PC, my keyboard has broken W, A, S, and D keys and spacebar. Um, I don't know how this happened. It's a very odd selection of keys, I would say. But I also need to repair the keyboard by swapping. It's like mechanical switches. I need to swap the switches with some, I don't know, like delete key and pause key and stuff like that that you don't use. And it's also my to-do list since forever. It's like really annoying. Like I'm not playing like any shooters at the moment, so I'm not using WASD as much. But like if I type something, like all the A's are missing because like the key doesn't trigger anymore. It's like super annoying. MS and Ali Hottens are not made to fit that one yet. I would assume that at least some will soon though. I'm not quite sure. Like, so I hear like a lot of people are like super hyped about the PZ probe, including me. I will see now how good it is. But there's a very distinct lack of content online, I think. Like there's really like not a lot of videos where people show how to do it. Like there's some like unboxings and initial reviews and stuff like that, but it's not really like a lot of like this, like just like building it and like using it. There's really not a lot of content about that. So I wonder how successful it is as a product. That's like my takeaway there. It's like there's not like tons of content. So I'm not sure if Ali hot and supported soon. In the end, like all you need is like a hot end mount that has space for that washer. So there was also on the um, maybe because they never really got many out there. Yeah, I mean it's also what I mentioned, right? Like as far as I know, this was the last one on sale in Europe. And it was just like some really weird, it's like not weird, but like some very niche Italian shop that had one left. And everything else is just like pre-order. Um, you can't just buy these switches; they're not expensive. Just see if they're linear or if they have a bump while pressing or even click. I have these switches actually spare. I just want to have the exact same ones because it's a bit weird. Like, not the it's not the cherry switches. It's like some random ass sub brand something switch. So if I now put a different switch in, they will be like this tiny bit different, I assume, and I want them to be consistent. So I actually did it before with a different keyboard where I just used the switches. You know, like you have a lot of these keys, like F12 or something. Like you never use that. So I really don't mind if it's broken or not. So I just swapped the switches and I have the exact same switches across the keyboard. Kali might be the switches. I'm not sure. It's a Rocket keyboard, so the manufacturer actually doesn't exist anymore. I have no clue. I do have. Here, actually, yeah, open. I actually have some here. These don't have LEDs. The one in my keyboard have blue LEDs. But I used them when I built this like a while ago. We built a shortcut keyboard here, and sure, don't accidentally press anything. These have the oh, very convenient. Like accidentally press the big camera. um, but yeah, these have the switch there, and I still have some. So I technically could add these, but yeah, I just want to have the same, and I'll just yeah. Well, Turtle Beach was Rocket for quite some time, but the keyboard is a Rocket Sova, which isn't made for like a really long time. It's a really cool product. And now I guess we talk about gaming keyboards now. Um, it's sure, Rocket Sova, which is this one here, and like I can't replace it. It's basically it's impossible to buy something like it. As far as I know, there's nothing on the market that can replace this product, and it's like a gaming lap board basically because I'm like I'm gaming on the couch, and this is, you can just put on your lap and you can game. It's amazing. It's really like an amazing product. They even have like, or had like, there's this rail on the back where you can 3D print like accessories. But yeah, like you can't buy them anymore, and no other manufacturer currently produces anything like that, as far as I know. I looked, so repairing it must be. I get that you want to have the same feeling. I get really frustrated if I do not have brown switches for a certain brand. That's it. Yeah, I really like this product. It's just like, also like it never really sold, I guess. It's like actually really cool. Like you can see on the picture here, like you can take out all the panels and you can replace them. And from the looks of it, like they wanted to make like a whole ecosystem around the thing that you can like, swap out the surfaces and like add like 3D printed accessories. There's like a phone holder you can put on the back, which you can 3D print. It was on Thingiverse back in the days. But yeah, a really cool product, and I kind of rely on it by now. So I have to fix it. Actually, I should do it this weekend. Okay, back to this. Pinout. So let's not do this wrong because I really don't want to do this again. So just make sure the connector goes in correctly. Like we didn't like. Oh man, this will be a pain. Yeah, it's the wrong right. Here we go. Okay, so this is up. So the first pin is 5 volt, which looking at the E3D is red. So the first pin we need to put in is red. Let me use tweezers to push this in. Okay, red. Then we have ground, which is brown, if I recall. Yeah, brown. That's not in. Now it's in. And then I guess last but not least is orange. Let's see which way we put this. Do it this way. The crimps I made are a bit too wide, so it's a bit tricky to put the connector in, but now they're all 3 in. Okay, then I would suggest let's plug this in here. It's plugged in, and then this will just fold over like this. It's a very cable dense situation here. Okay, if we now put this in, I think, yeah, let's first put the flex cable in here and then like screw it down. I think that's the best. Let me quickly check. I think the contacts need to face down to the board. Let me just go through the setup guide, connecting. Ensure black stiffener is facing up. Yes, so the black stiffener needs to be facing up. So we need to kind of twist this. Okay. So this is it. Then it will be fun now to align all these things. Let's screw in the board then here. That did not work. Okay. Now try to be really careful here with this cable. Then put the screw. Now it will be a bit tricky to like align all the layers. I think on the other side it's easier. Let's do this one first. Here we go. Up. Couple of turns to make sure this is in. No, there it is. Yeah, and this is all aligned now, so it's good. So we don't squeeze any cables here. And that's it. Okay, then let's see how we can route this. So we can close the zip tie here. Just would need to make sure that the cable is somewhat flat. And also pull it down a tiny bit here. Then we don't have so much loose cable on top, because I think like this is like almost the perfect length. Like we don't have any extra like cable length we need to like hide somewhere. And that's where I said like it was very optimistic to take a single cable tie out of the big box. Let's take all of them. Also here, like I'm not gonna fully like tighten this, and also make sure that like this cable is like flat and not like squeezed in like a weird way. As far as I'm concerned, this looks as good as new, basically. Like, very nice tight package. It's like quite stiffish. Oh, by the way, I mentioned last time that like this is like really weird here. You see, there's like a gap. I think what happened here is that the motor plate here doesn't quite fit into this one. I think that's what's happening. And I was like thinking whether we should like fix this and reprint, because like this is obviously not like super nice. It's like kind of like banana shaped. But then my decision was basically, let's leave it. It works. I don't have any extruder issues, so let's not touch it for now. If this develops issues, we can always fix it. But it's really like it's this backplate here that is the problem. I didn't take it apart, but like just from the looks of it, like there's like this little like round thing in the center of the motor, and this looks like it doesn't fit inside that part here. And that's what's happening. Wait, I'll just leave this. Um, oof. Man, you can press the button. It will be a bit challenging. It will be a bit challenging. But the good thing is from the top you see what you do. So you can... Yeah, it works. Yeah. You just have to fiddle around a bit. Like, you don't have to touch this button. It's just a setup thing, right? Like later you don't have to change the presets, hopefully. So should be fine. Should be fine. The Corsair K63 with Leopard looks very similar to that keyboard if unable to fix. Yes, but the K63 is also discontinued. So you can also not buy it anymore. That's the other thing I found. And that was like some weird ass Chinese AliExpress things, but I wasn't really like happy with that. Like it didn't look nice. But yeah, I also looked at the Corsair and was like, oh cool, yeah, let's buy the Corsair. And it's like, oh, not available. But yeah, I'm gonna fix that one. I am fairly confident I can do that. I fixed a similar issue before on a Razer keyboard. The same keys had issues. I have no clue how this always keeps happening with the WASD keys. But also there, I just swapped a couple of keys around and A-okay. And worst case, I've just replaced all the keys with like new ones. And then they're also consistent. Okay, let's also just put the nozzle back in. I actually had a really nasty nozzle clog last weekend. Not sure if I had it that week before and I already complained about it on stream, or whether it was like last weekend and I didn't complain about it yet. But either way, like now you have to go through it. So I had a really nasty nozzle clog on this Revo high flow nozzle, and I could not get it cleared out. Like I really tried everything for like almost an hour, I would say. Hot pull, cold pull, heating like way over everything. Um, Airflow to the driver heatsink is not blocked. No, there's air here. Like you can see it here. Should be fine. Like it's accessible from all sides. Like it's not enclosed, right? It's a lot of cables around. It should be fine. I thought about it and was like, let's see. This driver also doesn't push like a lot of current, right? Technically. The other drivers push a lot more current. I reduced the current to 0.4 amps, so also shouldn't get like super hot. Let's see. The TMC drivers tell you if they're too hot. They have an error code for that. Okay, looking at this now, this is complete. I don't like the color, I must admit. Like the LDO Special Edition gray heatsink was more classy. You can't have it all. Now the question is, oh, I wanted to push it forward like my old camera arm. Do we want to replace this part? We spent now an hour doing the toolhead. It would be nice to replace this, but this would the only problem I have with this is like the belts are cut flush here, and I expect this to be quite a pain to replace. So this is the part I got like a while ago. It's identical, but it's aluminium and not 3D printed. And I kind of have the suspicion that this part, and not suspicion, like this is like quite a, like Toolhead is quite wobbly. And I think this is from this part. Could always try eBay to get a spare cheap to replace key switches. Yeah, I'll just swap them for now. But in a couple of years, that's a nice thing about the mechanic switches, you know, like you can replace them. If you have like a membrane keyboard and like some switches are broken, then you're kind of out of luck. With the mechanical switches, it's really not a big deal. They all have the same form factor, and they're not expensive per se. Like if you buy switches for a whole keyboard, it's like maybe like $50 or something. Um, there's also like the crazy people building their own keyboards. That's a whole other thing. Where you buy like all the parts individually. It's just a bit of soldering. It's not too bad. But yeah, let's do that because I think otherwise we are not gonna do it at all anytime soon. So I'm just trying to like release as much tension from the belts as possible. Now we have to just like tension the belts again. Okay, so this is not tension anymore. Do you have a printer or CNC tool head carriage? This one is printed. This one is CNC. So that's the upgrade. We actually already replaced the XY joints here with the CNC part. Because so that how it started was like when we worked on this in December, we noticed that these parts here were cracked. I printed them on the Ender, which was like semi-enclosed. So I assume these parts were not super high quality. And then like when I ordered these, I also ordered this. And now as I have it, let's go for it. Um, you then have to flash it with the firm you make yourself to make them work and have vendors. Yeah, it's super crazy. Like, I mean, we shouldn't judge, right? I mean, we're building printers like crazy maniacs instead of like not just buying a Creality or Bamboo machine. So I'm not gonna judge anyone building their own keyboard. Um, but yeah, it's quite insane. Like it's an absolute rabbit hole, as are 3D printers. And I think it's actually quite fun. Like I can totally see that. The thing is like I used to use nice keyboards, mechanical keyboards for my daily work. And at some point, I don't know how that happened. I actually started using the laptop keyboard. I need MacBooks for my work. I'm a software developer. And I need to compile Mac software, so I need Macs. And I actually really like the keyboards of MacBooks. They're they work well. I can type really fast on them. I'm just used to it most likely. But by now I have the MacBook basically in front of me and then my screen behind, and I have like two screens. And I really like the setup. But then you don't really have space for a keyboard. So by now I just use the MacBook keyboard full time. Um, do you need the 2020 center screw or are corner brackets enough? I need context on. I need context. I'm not quite sure what you refer to. When I built two completely from scratch, I really thought, why did I even start? But well, I like 3D printing and it's so much fun. Yeah, exactly. Like for me, it's also like, I mean, printing is useful. I have a lot of printed stuff in my house. I enjoy it. Um, but yeah, I really enjoy working on printers. I had like a neighbor over like the other day, and we talked, and then like he was asking like, but what do you print? And my answer was basically I print printers and I print parts for printers, which is, to be fair, like most of what I print. I print like a lot of stuff around the house as well, so it's not like here. This is fully printed. Uh, I have like tons of storage stuff printed now. So I print a lot of stuff for the house, but it's also printing printers. I will regret this. For the 3D printer frame. I mean, it depends how you want to put them together on. I think both are viable options. Like with the center screw, you refer to blind joints, I assume. This is, according to the Voron specs, the best. But you can also use the corner brackets. I think there's no like wrong choice there. Okay, so this needs to be flush. which is the painful part here, is to get them flush, because like we don't really have like any wiggle room now because they were already pre-cut. Which I don't know which one is better. I think like from like the end perspective, they're the same. Blind joints, you need to drill the holes, right? For the brackets, you don't need holes in the extrusions. So the blind joints might be more complex to make yourself. Like these use blind joints, like the V0 use blind joints. So here there's a hole in the extrusion, so you can access the screw on the backside. So you need to drill this hole here. Okay, so oh, that did not go. Let's not put him over cross. Yep. Went in so nice. Why does it have to be over cross? Yep, that's not good. It's one tooth too short now on the bottom. We need to push one more tooth. Yeah. So it needs to be flush again with the front, and we know it's the correct length. That looks good. I have built over 7 printers now, and that's all the enjoyment I get from the printer. Once they're built, I lose interest very quickly. Well, it's also fine, right? Like I know, like I know people also build like models, right? Like models. You build them, and the building is the fun of it, right? Like nobody's like saying like, oh, I need to build more models, so I have more models in my flat or something. Yeah, it's not the tricky part. That's what I feared. Like we will have really hard time putting it in like this. There's like not enough belt run here. So I think what will need to happen is that we quickly remove the front corner here, that we have a bit more wiggle room from a belt length perspective. It's like this will be really hard to like pull it in. So let's quickly do that. Let's get rid of this cam lock. Should I go with corner brackets? I already have steel 90-degree brackets, which are more sturdy than the aluminum ones. Well, if they're 90 degree, like they need to be precisely 90 degree, right? Because if you use them to put together the printer and the printer frame is not square, then all your prints will come out crooked. So if you use the steel ones, just make sure that they are like proper 90 degree, like not hardware store 90 degree, but like perfect 90 degree. Uh, how much did it cost you to buy all the necessary parts for the 0.2? This is the LDO kit. This is the LDO kit of the V0. So it was like 750 euros. And then the question is, what do you include by parts? Like, do you include all the things I now added over time, which easily adds like another 300 euros. Don't make me like calculate that. Oh wait, we also need to remove the top screws here from the panel clips. So it depends. Like the LEO kit, of course, is very expensive. I think on certain discounts, you get the cheaper V0 kits like the Formbots and the Seaboards for like 350 euros. Let me add the screw here in the back again for this panel that it doesn't like flop around so much. My printers just sit on idle for days and weeks. If I don't have another printer CNC project going, I should probably start printing more decor stuff, etc. Well, for me, it's like I print like a lot of like optimizations for my house. Like this is like the one thing I really, really like. I like if I have a problem, I like to make the perfect solution. That's like very bespoke, very special. For example, like I think I briefly showed it before. Like, let me quickly grab this. Yeah, I mean, just look at my printables profile. You see what I do. This is quite a. I create a lot of models, which is also the fun for me. So I mean, these two we already talked about today. Then I made this ESP home enclosure that is now like controlling my ventilation unit. I have this Nespresso thingy here. I actually have four now. Like these are like the Nespresso capsules are like lined up. Then you can take the bottom one out. Somebody designed that. I optimized the bottom part. Like that's something I printed. Which actually on the switch wire was really nice. Like these are like I don't know, like 8 of these slide segments, and each segment has like 20 grams. It was quite a lot of material, and the switch wire like pumped these out in like no time. It was really cool. Um, yeah, then here these Bauhaus tray thingies. This is the tool station I have here. Yeah, for my bike, some tags, printer, home assistant. My parents got that at some point. It's a Raspberry case basically. Printer. A lot of printer parts, and then like yeah, picture hangers, stuff like that. Yeah, also yeah. Most of the time, like somebody else designed something already, and I just can print it out. You can get it for like 600 when on discount at 3 Jake. That's how much I paid for the LDO kit. That's a very good deal then, because I also bought it at 3 Jake, and it was definitely more expensive. Okay, let's try to not drop the stack, but I just put this like a bit further behind, so now we have like now we only have one longer belt. Of course. But maybe this is all we need. Maybe if one is short, we can force it. Hey, I fear we have to do it on both sides. Let's do it on both sides. It will be a lot easier. Hi, the Big City Tours. Welcome. I don't like these cam locks. I printed feet for my IKEA shelf because they needed to be a certain height. Yeah, stuff like that for sure. I also printed like a couple of like helpers for my. I have a vacuum robot, and that got stuck in a couple of corners. So I printed like little guides. Um, I printed a lot of templates and parts. Like when I was moving here, I was like building a couple of furniture pieces and like modding IKEA furniture. And I was like printing like a lot of templates, like drilling templates, stuff like that. So my printers are not idle. Like I usually print every week. I would say it's a fair assessment. Some weeks I only print like once or twice. Some weeks I print a lot more. I need to upload a lot of models I made on printables, but the trouble to do that. Yeah, it's actually I try to always do it right away. And I think it's nice because at some point, like somebody rates your part, like years later, and says like, "Oh yeah, I really needed this specific thing you made like 3 years ago." It's I think it's a really nice thing. And then you help somebody. Right. I need to remove the screw. I didn't remove the screw here. No, now it comes out. Also fix the hinge again. Would have been also easier to just take off the head, but okay, here we go. So now we have oops. Extra belt on both sides. Try to make sure we don't mix up the belts or something. Now we just have to kind of like force it through here. So I'll just pull it a little bit further. That doesn't step out, and then we can pull it back from the other side. Yep. And we can pull it completely out again, which is also one way of doing it. Actually looks already quite good. Like some imperfection you can always correct with the tension settings on the motors. Yeah, and that's it already. So with this, it's very easy. Let's also mount it already on here. We do need a little bit of Loctite. The nice thing is, like with the ABS parts, Loctite attacks ABS, basically makes it weak. Because now we have aluminum parts, that's not the case anymore. So let me just use this. Usually what I do is like I just put like a drop of Loctite on like a bag or something, and then just put the screw into it. Yeah, that was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to use this smaller screwdriver. Not tightening this fully yet. We can like do our like cross tightening later. Still not printed panel clips. No, because every time I forget. I was like this afternoon, I was again thinking like panel clips. I forgot to print the panel clips. But I think I will really do it like this weekend. Because then next week, what we can do is we can do the panel clips. I think this takes a second to do the panel clips. And then, so with the PZ probe now, I really want to have a nozzle brush, that the nozzle is clean when you're probing. Because otherwise I think it will be like a disaster if like the nozzle is dirty and like the Z offset is like completely different every time. So I want to have a nozzle brush. So I ordered the parts today. Hopefully they are here next week already. And then we can do next week like a nozzle brush plus panel clips session. I think that would be like one stream worth of content basically. I also made some stoppers for the heat bed of the V0 to easily put the sheet down. Oh, you mean at the end? Please upload that. I want that. Can you upload that? And I don't think I have you on Discord though. If you do it now, you can send the link in the chat. Yeah, can you actually I don't want to publish my Discord handle. But you can just send it to my business email address. And then I'll just give you my Discord handle there. I am looking for this screwdriver. And then we can just move these back to the front. Perfect. Let's do this one more time without losing any bearings, and I'm a happy man. I should really make like a contact email address for the YouTube channel. I thought about that before. Or a Discord server. At some point, maybe having a Discord server would be quite cool. I'm just checking that like all the belts are in their little grooves, which looks good now. I mean, the belt, we need to tighten, tension the belts. But besides this, I think it's good. It's flush. It's exactly how it was before. Just double check that we tightened the screws here correctly. And yeah, it's definitely stiffer. I can already feel that. Like, I mean, there's a little bit of wiggle, but it's a very different wiggle. Like now it's the wiggle of the linear rail. And it's like very hard end. Like there's no flex. This is like just like wiggling like the linear rail bit, but like you hear the clunk of like when the linear rail like touches. Going to send you a message on Discord every day reminding you of the printed clips. Please do. But it will also be like, oh, okay. Just found a random tree support in my printer. I didn't see that. It was like back there in the dark. Steve, please do. I'll take care of this of it this weekend. And I think it's a very nice. I need to test print the PZ probe, right? So that would be like a cool thing. let's put in the top bar, and then we can tension the belts. I lost the nut. Let me grab the nut. There's the nut. What kind of nuts did we lose? Oh, it's the on the side here. Okay, let's for this one, let's remember to put these two nuts back in. Okay. And we have a spare PI sheet to test on. Actually, just last week, threw away like I had like an old Ender 3 sheet, like one of the magnetic ones, and I cut out V0 shaped um parts from that big sheet because like some parts were damaged off that sheet, but like some were still okay. And I used them for like scrap work a little bit. So I just threw them away. What a shame. But I'm fairly confident that it will be too sensitive in the beginning. Another question, which screw goes where? It's a bit of like a random guess game. Which lubricant would I use for linear rails? Here, you should use Superloop is one option. Although I also heard you shouldn't use Superloop because it has PTFE inside, I think. I have this one, the EP2. I think this was the one that came recommended from the Voron team. And I still have a tiny bit left. It's like, it's ridiculous because this is the smallest size. You need like very little for printers. Destroying my poor hat. Let's fix this as well. Okay, this screw is too short. We're just like doing it with the exclusion method. This screw fits. I think in the end, like any grease will do. Just don't use like oils because oils will wear a lot quicker than the, like you have to replenish the oil quite a fair bit quicker than the lube and the grease. Okay. So for this one, we lost two nuts, and they are missing their little holders. Luckily, I printed like a lot of them. Who wants to build a V0? Forgot the name. Alex, I think it was. Alex, yeah. If you're still watching, my recommendation: print like a shitload of these no nut drop mod thingies. Like you need way more than you ever think you would need. I was constantly running out of these. Oh, it's funny, like seeing the texture here. I printed them on the Creality glass bed. I still have that. You should. Like I'm like with a lot, I think like 250 to 200. Like I printed like 50 in the beginning. I was like, oh yeah, it's so many. Will be enough. Yeah. I think like yeah, 150 to 200 you will need. Just make sure before you like batch produce that the dimensions are nice. Like mine are a little bit too tight, so it's like really hard to move. But they sometimes some batches I made are too small, so they slide in like around. The goal is basically that the nut stays in place, that you can position it and it just stays where you put it. There's also like a thing like I actually broke one part before of these front idlers here. You need to be a bit careful. I broke off basically the top part. 50/50 looks such a pain to work with. Yeah, that is. Yeah. The main problem is you cannot add the nuts later. Ah, come on. There we go. You can't add the nuts later. The LDO kit actually comes with these. I actually didn't use any of these. Okay, somewhere in here. It comes with these like special nuts, which you can later add to extrusion. Because like working with the V0, one of the biggest problems is when the extrusion is installed like this, there's no way to get a nut inside. Like with the bigger extrusions, you can always later add the nut, but with the 1515s, you cannot. So you really have to plan ahead, and you really need to preload your nuts. You clean up your project file. That sounds like one of my things. It always gets a bit messy. Have you taken a look at the LazyCam mod for the locking idlers? I honestly don't use the locking cam thingies at all. Like I never lock them. They're always unlocked. Oh, would have also make sense to add the screw to the front. Let me double check that I did it on the other side. They're always open for me. Like I don't quite see the point in having the cam locks at all. Like I think if I this is more like urban legend. I'm not quite sure where I like heard that, but I heard that the cam locks are only needed. There are two sizes of the hat. This one was the mm, like two heights, and I think this one is the 10 centimeter hat. I think it was 10. Yeah, it's 10. This is a 10 centimeter hat. And I think there is a 6 centimeter hat, like a lot shorter. And with this one, the problem is that the Bowden tube touches the top and pushes the hat open during the print. And that's why they added the cam locks here to prevent that. But with the taller hat, and I think all the kits by now have the taller hat, I think, um, it doesn't happen. So, and you don't need them. Like, it just like sits closed like this, and this is how it stays. This one we have. This one we have. There is one screw missing here. And we can fix this in place again. We did not do that yet here. You can use the square nuts afterwards. Yeah, like that's what I was looking for. They're like these oh yeah, here they are. The drop-in nuts. And then you have these little printed parts somewhere in here in this bag. I also have some. Then you like move them on top of each other, and then like the square nut is in place. But that's, yeah, it's also a bit pain. So I really paid attention when I built the V0 to all like to have the nuts in the right place. The only thing is that later the square nuts, if you have like a mod that you later want to add, the square nuts are really handy to mount it. For example, if you add the nozzle brush, I was looking at one. Actually, like, so the nozzle brush would be mounted here on the side. The extrusion is open on the top, so you can always push down the nuts here. Not a problem. But if this would be closed, you can add the square nuts from the side, if you can reach it in this case. Okay, so let's put the cam locks in, which have a purely aesthetic purpose for me. We open them, and that's all that these cam locks are doing. They look pretty. Cool, that's it, right? Like everything's back together. We have one printed part more than we had before. Yeah, this is really stiff. Like you really feel it. Like you touch it and you wiggle and it feels different. I'm really surprised actually. Okay, let's put this in. So it fits, which is good. We should not forget the magic hidden screw, which this part will not remove. So also, I want to double check the cable is exactly. We need to double check the cable is good here on the side. Be a bit careful with this cable. I'm very scared for this like flat band cable. Here we go. Okay. Let's start with the magic screw from the back. Magic screw is in place. I'm not tightening these fully yet. And then I will do the front. LDO 3D experiments. Thank you for notification, YouTube. Yeah. It's very predictable though. Like my streams are always at 6:30, I think. Like almost without exception. Friday. I'm actually approaching like 100 streams. I was a bit shocked. I was checking like this week. I'm doing this now like almost I would say almost 3 years then. In I think in June I started 2 years ago in June. So yeah, makes it 3 years in not too long ago. In not too distant time. Here we go. One more cable tie. My wife is home off from work, so thought it's Saturday. Yeah, I get that. That happens to me too sometimes. There's like I actually like had that a couple of weeks ago, like really hard because like the wrong coach was in my gym, and it completely beamed me to like a different day. Like I was running around thinking it was Wednesday the entire day. It was not Wednesday. Okay, we still have to tension the belts, so that is still on the to-do list. I, I I don't know how often I forgot that. Like this is like really like a classic me. So it's her fault. Yeah, exactly. Don't blame YouTube. Okay, now it's a quick thing to add. But man, like this PTV tube, like every time I take apart the Toolhead, like I forget it. I think on the poor man's XY, like we took it out, or like we took the hot end apart. I forgot it, and I was printing without the PTV tube, and obviously it doesn't go well. But yeah, I really did not notice. I really don't like the screw. There we go. Okay, let's carefully try to add this, being very mindful of the flex cable. Ah, go on. Here we go. Quick and easy. 10 milliliters is nothing. 100 will be more than sufficient. But 10 is no, definitely not a lot. Whoop. No, I dropped the screw. The thing is, like, you will squeeze like quite a bit in the bearings, in the linear, in like the blocks. I think you will need like maybe like, yeah, maybe 10 per linear rail. Okay, with one small extra round of toolhead assembly. This also screws in nicer, I must say. We did tighten the ones in the back. Yeah, it's a very different wiggle. Like it's still like it wiggles a bit, like you see it, right? Like on video. But it's like before it was like a flex basically. Now it's a very hard like end basically. Like it's like very like distinct like limit in a certain sense. And now but you can also see from the sides a bit. Let me see if I can use my fancy new camera arm to show you. Like if you wiggle here, you see like here the if you look at the carriage, the wiggles in one block. Like the amount I moved the tool head is the amount the carriage wiggles. So all the wiggle we have now is from the linear rail. And this is a good linear rail. It's a high win linear rail actually. So I think this is as good as it gets, I would say. But it's like it's very distinct. Before it was like really like a flex in a certain sense. That's it. This is something I still need to fix, the light reflection. It's on my to-do list. And then I think we are getting like into very nice streaming setup territory slowly. Cool. So parts we have left. Let's see if this makes sense. We have two screws left from the PCB mount. We replaced them. And we have two screws left. Okay, one is missing here. This was not it. Oh, it was it, but the nut is not where it's supposed to be. Alex, that's what I mentioned with you need to check like before you print like a lot of these like holders. Like this one is too easy to slide. Like it doesn't stay in place. So the dimensions were a bit off. They're still very helpful even if they slide because they keep the hex nut like on the top of the slot. But ideally, just stay where you put them. Okay, so this leaves us with one screw, where I don't know where we. Where could we have removed the screw where it didn't put it back? There's a screw, there's a screw. There's a screw. Like the two screws here in the back I'm checking. These are there for sure. Um, there's no screw missing here. This one has a screw. These two screws are there. EP2 is 50 euros for 10 milliliters. Are you sure it's 10 milliliters? That's insane. I mean, you can also check the super loop. But to be honest, like if you have this prices, like any will do. Just check for cheaper alternatives. But the Mobi looks EP2. Yeah, like I mean, they sell it in big containers because for cars you need a lot. Um, yeah, it's in kilograms. They usually have it. And I think I have one of something like this. So you can see it's like 14 euros. For what is this? Doesn't open. 400 grams is like 6-7 euros. So it's relatively cheap. Um, if you don't get this, you can also check the super loop. What Steven said. It's weird. Like I cannot click these links. Here, 123 3D. What is this? This looks like a small pack. 7 milliliters. Like that's not good. You want these like bigger tubes. Something like this. Yeah, it's weird. Like this doesn't work. Google, you did not a good job there. But yeah, these tubes. You can also check. You can also check this video here from Kano Creator. Okay, so this is aka Neo 3D. He shows you how to do this. It's not the video I was looking for. Here. Oh, in today's video. This video, and he goes through the options as well. Like, I think he talks about the different options at some point. But yeah, he uses Super Loop as well. So yeah, just check what you get. Any grease basically with the consistency of that stuff should do. 10 milliliter 5.5 seems reasonable. I guarantee you, if you get like for a like larger quantity, it will not get like linearly more expensive. You also see here what I had here, the EP2. Um, looks. Oh no, it was the Super Loop. You know here, 123 3D, which is a 3D printing store, they sell you for 750 these like 10 milliliter thingies. That's not what you want. Just go for a bigger pack and it will be like barely more expensive. Barely more expensive. You see here the big thingy, like here's even 6.99. Not sure, but this one is 17. So just go for like a bigger pack. It will not go bad. You will have it for the rest of your life. And if you build printers, like one of these tubes will last forever. Gotta run. We'll watch the replay. Wife wants to go out for lunch. Enjoy your lunch. And happy Valentine's Day, I guess. Cool. Okay, yeah, I'm still looking for like where I lost the screw. Like, I'm not quite sure if but all the important screws here are definitely on. The one in the middle is, the two in front is. I don't know where I lost that. So I would just you know, 10% loss of screws is normal, or like 10% extra screws. We will see. So let's turn it on. I would say all the hardware stuff is done. So it's still off. I flipped the switch here, and I quickly need to check because I have like a home automation that turns the printer off. So there's a smart plug down there. Okay, so technically, if we have magic smoke, we have magic smoke in this area, I would say. So that's the magic smoke cam. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. I see LEDs and no smoke. That's good. And the red LED is from the new board. That is good. One oddity I noticed, like the canvas Toolhead board, like it always turns on the LED. Oh, the bad LEDs. I totally forgot about these. Like they still don't work. Like we still need to figure out why that is. But let's first do the important part. Cooper Premium EP2. I have no clue. I've never heard of that stuff. 1 kilogram is a lot. In the end, I would say if it's comparable to the Mobilux, go for it. Like, it's not like that this is like a high performance application, right? It's just a 3D printer. Most greases will do fine, my opinion, without like a lot of expertise on the field. But I think like if you have like grease on there and it has like a similar consistency than the other stuff, it's fine. maybe you can also check in some, like, I think you have rupees, so it's Indian, I guess. Maybe you can check with some Indian 3D printing communities and see what they use. I'm pretty sure that there's some local options available. Cool. Okay, I mean, this is mostly to boot up, but I was curious. You see the little, like, I just tapped the nozzle. You see the little green like LD here? It's working. So it detects my finger, which is very nice. Um, it doesn't detect when I knock on a table, which is good, but it does detect if I tap here on the frame. So we need to see. Um, Hi there, Alex. It works. You just joined in time. Let's see. Um, let's go through the configuration of E3D. There's not a lot of configuration, but because in the end, like due to this like board here, it just behaves like an end stop. Like I don't think there's anything you need to do. But let's check. If it works for you, I need to save the stream so that I might get it done myself. I changed sheets and also too much. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. It's not like for the V0 really, like you don't need mesh. You don't need a bad mesh. It's like you don't need it. It's just like changing the sheets, it works. Changing the nozzle, it works. You know, it's just like no hassle. I don't need to like fiddle around. Okay, so where were we? Setup guide. Connecting. It's connected. Check. Firmware clipper. Actually, like, I'm really tempted to have like a duet board. I really kind of want to try it out, just like for the funs of trying out. Um, there's the green button clip config, which brings us here, which is some file. Let's check. So, we I need to refactor this config a bit. Like I really like how it have it in a switch wire where I have for each section I have one file. So I have a probe file and like everything separate. For now, let's keep here. So I'm also wondering whether we should keep the homing to the bottom because the answer pin is on the bottom of the V0. Let's just not touch that for now. Maybe in a second we can change this. Okay, so we do probe. Um, so what they do here, that's actually really cool. I didn't know that there was an option. You have to activate and deactivate G-code for the probe. Something I actually on the Poor Man's Works I also want to add because it makes it much easier to use the probe, less custom macros. They obviously now have 4 Z motors. We don't have that, so we can just confidently delete 1, 2, 3. And then what they say, like they reduce the run current to 0.4. Let's quickly check what our run current is as per normal, because I didn't change that. So it's the LDO default config. And by normal, the run current is already 0.37. So 0.4 is actually like increasing it. The idea is here that you have a lower run current, so the motor has less torque. So when it hits the nozzle, there's less potential for damage. So if it's 0.37 by default, let's do 50% of that, so 0.2 basically. Um, you need Z leveling. Yeah, let's see. I managed to add multiple sheets with Z offset. That is really nice. But if you have to adjust the screws, you need to readjust the Z offset and so on. Yeah, exactly. It's hassle. Like I don't want to spend time on Z offset. I want to print. You know, I want to have fun. Z offset adjustment is not fun. Also screws. Like I hate that. We will set up the bad screw adjust. Screw tilt calculate. This screw tilt calculate we will set up in a second, where Clipper calculates how much you need to turn the screws. That's my favorite Clipper feature. Okay, so let's do this. This should be it. Then the pin we need to check. Where is here? So the pin we used is PB3 here. This one here. So let's put this to not EBB. Oh, PB3. Thank you. E3D. Yeah, it's PB3. EBB, PB3. XY 0, 0. So the X and Y offset of this probe is 0 because like it's not like next to the nozzle, it is the nozzle, which is really nice. Speed 5, sure. Samples 2, sure, sure, sure. Let's just everything standard. Save. Save and restart actually. Screw calculator was so amazing. You know, I didn't know it. I didn't know there was a thing for quite a while. I missed that. It's amazing. We have some red here. Z offset in section probe must be specified. Sure. Let's specify Z offset, which is 0. Well, can't use it without the probe. That's true. And then you have to use the bed screw adjust. Okay, well let's see. So I quickly want to home XY just to see what happens. And now you can see that it's like, you can't see because it's like somewhere off. But if I move this, I just home it XY again. You see the LED turns on here. Oh, it's behind the cable. I'm so sorry. It's behind the cable. Yeah, here you see it. You see, like, whenever it moves, the orange LED turns on. So the movement of the motor alone, like, triggers the... Firstly, like, why did it home like 50 times? Lost communication with MCU EBB. Okay, let's... Most likely because I played around on cable. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, let's try to home. Most likely we'll just, like, not do anything when I home that. Oh, it still homes with the end stop here. Let's quickly change it actually. Try to change it? I'm not sure. I'm like I'm a little. Let's change that. Clipper home Z probe. Hmm. Yeah, probe is set and stop. So we have the probe, stepper set, and stop pin is probe set virtual end stop. So we need to change that. Stepper Z. And then the end stop pin, let's just comment this out, is this now. Save and restart. In the Indian 3D printing community on Reddit, they say they use silicone oil spray and sewing machine oil. Yeah, I wouldn't use oil because oil you have to replenish like more frequently. Maybe not use your most beloved cheat. I'm not sure if this is my most beloved cheat. It is a cheat, but what we can do actually, just for now, maybe that's a good bad. It's also, it's double-sided. It's double-sided, but I'm also pretty sure we won't damage it. I'm fairly confident. You know what we can do? Maybe that's a bit too tall. I'm looking for something flat. Here. Yeah, that's not flat. It's like, huh. Here. Lens cap. Um, Most likely, that's my expectations. It immediately will stop moving because it detects movement or vibration. So let's just home. Yeah, see, Z end stop still triggered after retract. So this will not work. It's too sensitive. So we need to check the presets, preset settings. So they're like these presets. And at the moment, we are at preset 0. That's the default. And there's the threshold here. So we need to see that we change the preset. And now this like weird button comes in that we need to press. And then here, I'll just keep it here on the side. There is so just reading here, threshold, is sets the sensitivity of the controller. Small number is more sensitive. So at the moment we are threshold 5. So let's just go to threshold 10 and see. And then there are these like LEDs. There should be like 3 LEDs here. At the moment they're all off. Let me see. I can. Yeah. So you see there are like 3 LEDs here. And actually you see like it's very sensitive. Like as soon as I touch it, it triggers the orange LED. If I touch here. Ah, here it doesn't. Interesting. Okay, never mind. And then there are like 3 LEDs, and the 3 LEDs will tell you what preset you're in. At the moment, all are off, so preset is 0. So let me try to press the button. Now there's 1 green LED. You see that? I pressed the button. So now we're on preset 1. So now what we can do is we can restart Clipper. Seemingly this cable is very sensitive. I don't know. I don't like that. Do you need to change the code for the switch at the bottom for that? No, there's like, oh yeah, well, I did. Why not just turn the sheet to the back? There's no difference. It's like, it's double-sided, so there's no back. Both are good sides. Let's see. Clippy software is attempting to connect. Let's see what this is. Or it's already triggers and needs reverting in the config. Maybe Steve, you're also correct, but I copied the config from E3D, so it should be fine. We can actually, that's a good one actually. Steve, you might be right. As soon as this is let me try restart. That's not the cable now. Cannot update EBV as it's shut down. Can we have a working clipper, please? We can. Let's quickly check the end stops. You're actually. Oh yeah, Steve, it's triggered now. And the LD is off, so you might be right there. Let's try to inverse that. But definitely was not. Like, it was inverted here from this sample config I had. So let's save and restart. So 0.2 amps are not enough to move the bed. Not sure if you saw that, but the movement was really like janky. So let's put this at 0.3. Stepper Z. Oh no, in the probe section, we need to change the... So let's try 0.3, save and restart. I was not sure why it didn't home XY first. Yeah, now it doesn't detect it. It moved the bed up, but it didn't detect it. Let's see. Let's quickly check that the Z end stop is not triggered now. So now it's not triggered. But now it's never triggered. So I'm just moving the bed down. So now it's on the bottom. Let's try to home now, and I will just hit it with my finger quite hard. And the LED comes on. The LED comes on, but it doesn't detect it. So also not sure. Also not sure. I think that inverted also is not the issue. So let's keep this inverted for now. Just double check with the cable. Is I mean the cable is fine, I think. I don't think we like miscrimped it or something. Let's see. Let's just try this again. Yeah, now we have this again, still triggered after retract. I have no clue about properties on. If it says EP2, I assume it's like similar to the Mobilux EP2. You just have to try it out, worst case. I have no clue about these specs. I'm sorry. You can compare it with the one the EP2 I have. Just compare the specs there. If it matches, but if it like looks similar, I would just go for it. It's not that only one works and only this one works and everything else doesn't work at all. It's PB6, not PB3? See if it's PB6, not PB3. I don't know how I read 3 there. You are absolutely correct. Let's try this again. I first will try to tap it with my finger. That worked. Now it complains that like it's not doing it. But I think this was like quite okay. Let's just try it for real. Let's make sure you see there's the orange LED that should come. Oh, I think now I triggered it by tapping it. It's very sensitive. Let's do the following. Let me Maybe that's the best angle for you. It is homed. So now the question is, let's try the more sensitive profile. Just, you see the green LD there? Oh god. This is really difficult to reach. Let's put the... It's a very cinematic shot here with like a lot of like blurry background. It's PP6 and PP3, yeah. Let me use... it's difficult. So let's just say the other orientation would have been like a lot more easy with this button. And I think I should increase the distance a bit. Oh yeah, now I pressed it. So now there's like a lot of cables. Yeah, now you see there's 2 green LEDs. Not sure if you can see that. Now there's different 2, 3. Now they're all off. So now we're back at preset 0. Let's home that. Nope. No trigger on that. It went down into the bottom end stop and then there was vibration and triggered. But it's very gentle. And that's the 0 preset, so it's the most sensitive preset. I was a bit concerned that it needed a lot of force on the front of the bed because it's a cantilevered bed, right? So it's basically like if you apply force, it goes down. But I don't see it move at all. It's insane. Like I like it stops before I think it touched the bed, which is good. Cool. That works. Let's configure our most favorite clipper feature. Which is, I mean, let me just close like all these. Steve, thank you for paying attention. Like, I would have taken me like 9 or 10 minutes to figure that out with the wrong pin. Clipper manual bed leveling. So what we want is the screws tilt adjust. Let's just put this under the probe. So basically what this does is it tells Clipper what it needs to tell you how you need to change the screws to have a perfect first layer, basically. The screw positions, let's quickly like measure them. I'm saving the config, I'm not restarting. Let's just home X and Y. And then we can just move the toolhead quickly to the position of the screw. That's easier. Now it has Z as 0. Oh. Let's quickly home Z again. Okay. Let's just go to Z2. And then we can just, maybe not 50mm steps. Just trying to like put it over the screw directly. It's a bit hard because you can see it from the side. So this is like 5mm in. And then I assume the others are also 5mm in from the side, from the back. So let's do 150. And then I would assume X is 5 as well. Yeah, that looks good. So it's like 5 in from the edge. So the screw positions would be, let's do screw 1 on the front. That would be then in 60X and 5Y. Screw name is front. Screw 2 is in the back then. Let's do clockwise. So this would be X5 and 115. And that's back left. Screw 3 is then 115, 115. And that's back right. And then screw 4 doesn't exist for us. Speed, whatever. And we have an M3 thread. That's the important part. It's basically telling Clipper how to calculate the rotation. So let's put this on here. Save restart. Bed mesh section now to config. I could technically add a bed mesh. So here's the thing, Steve. I don't think that the bed mesh will do a lot here. Like, it's a really small bed and it's a very, very high quality flat bed. So it's like, I mean, we can do it in a second. I'm just not sure if I want to have a mesh for my prints, to be honest. I'm not sure if there's a big value for that. So let's quickly home. Maybe we should have a homing override now that like first goes to the center and then homes, because now it's homing in the back rear corner of the bed. Not sure if that's. Let's quickly home that again. And then we do bed till screws tilt adjust. Let's actually probe probe test probe. Ah. Clipper test probe. Repeatability checks what I want. Probe accuracy. That's what I wanted. So let's quickly check that first. Oops. Ah, sorry. So standard deviation 0.000676. Sounds good. If that's millimeter, I'm happy. So it's very accurate. Cool. Okay. Then let's quickly check the other thing we wanted. Screws, tilt, calculate. Yeah, that's what I said, right? Screws, tilt. Oh, adjust. My bad. I never get these Clipper commands correct. The nozzle is semi-clean. But for this, it doesn't matter, right? Like, it's the same same amount of dirt for each corner. It's just a relative measurement. Cool. Okay, so now it tells us how we need to adjust it. And it's actually semi-okay. Like, I expect it to be worse. Front is the base. We don't have to adjust this. Back left, we need to turn 5 minutes. And back right, we need to turn 15 minutes, which is quite a adjustment. Man, I set it up on the poor man's Core XY. Not sure if you remember. Oh, it was Z tilt correction, and I set it up the wrong way. So every time it tried to correct the Z tilt, it got more out of whack, and it took me quite a while to realize that. Wow, this is really good, like on first attempt. So let's just say back left, 1 minute. Whenever it's like within like let's say like 0 point like 2 minutes, I always like to leave it usually because like it's like kind of like chance game of chance at the end. I had a ballistic tech, easy probe, yes. And I'm really impressed so far. Like we didn't do a lot with it yet, but like it seems really good. I was very concerned with the V0 bat, but it seems very good. Let's see how it looks when we print. Yeah, see now it's like back right. It's like if it's like within 1 minute or two, it's like you never get perfect. It's good enough. Except, but yeah, let's actually do a mesh, like just like for the fun of having a mesh. I compared the properties, they are almost the same. This is what ChatGPT says. Either it's suitable, but Cooper Premium EP2 is a great alternative. Yeah. If ChatGPT agrees, go for it. um, had a mod on my ender that had the clock on adjust wheels. Made it so easy to get flatbed. Had a clock on adjust wheels. Not quite sure if I have that picture in my mind. It's not getting triggered by the sensorless homing. It does. Like if you nope. So if you look at this, there's LD here. You see the red LD, and then if I tap it, you see the orange LD flashing up, right? And that's the triggering from me just hitting the thing. So if I now do the homing in XY, you see basically as soon as it moves, it's orange. Like it's constantly triggered while it's moving. But it doesn't matter because it only looks for the Z and stop when you home Z. And when it moves down, it doesn't trigger because the motor is not directly on the gantry, but the motor is on the bottom. And then you also have these profiles. I briefly showed that before. So there's this in my setup now very hidden button. It's like here on the bottom. On the bottom here, there's a like somewhere there in the cables, and you can switch cycle between profiles. And each profile has like different sensitivities and different filters. So if you have problems with the motor vibration triggering it, you can also apply a filter basically. And you get this like insane cable. So it's like eight wires. For the installation we did now, you only need three. And you have like a lot of like different connectors at the end. This is the connector we now use with like the signal orange, 5 volt and ground. And then these are to program the board. So you have an I squared C and a UART connection. So UART can go to the Pi. The I squared C could, for example, go to the Toolhead board. And this one I don't know. It's actually only one cable, the blue one. I don't know. Would need to check the docs. But these you can use to customize the presets if the standard presets don't suit your need. So you can really customize it. But yeah, like, and it really is really like smooth. Like just to show again, like if I kind of have a close up here of the nozzle, and we home that, like it's very gentle. Like visually, it doesn't even look like it really touches it. I think it's very gentle, which is really cool. Okay, mesh time. Let me get this out of the way again. Hey, HDMI cable, not happy. So that's something I need to improve, that the HDMI cable is like more fixed, I guess. Okay. Clipper bed mesh config. We also need adaptive meshing, of course. Let's actually go for that right away. Clipper adaptive meshing config. Oh, it's in a bad mesh. Okay. So let's just copy the standard probe. 3x3 will be plenty for that. Let's see. Let's go for the bottom. Bad mesh, speed 120. I just leave the standard here. Mesh min, mesh max. Let's quickly see if we need them. Are they required? And probe count is just 3, 3. If it goes red, we need the mesh min, mesh max. We need the mesh min, mesh max. Yes. But this is just 0, 0 and 120, 120 for us because it is a nozzle. Let's just keep 5 millimeters away from the edge of the bed. So it's 5, 5, 115, 115. Now we have our mesh here. That's just home. It's also nice it doesn't go to the bottom now anymore for homing, because like I never print like very tall parts, so it never really made sense to like go all the way up and all the way down, or all the way down, all the way up. The only thing we now need to do is like we need to change the homing. That first homes X, Y, and then homes Z. If I would have one of these like very precise measurement dial thingies, it would be very interesting to see like how much the bed gets deflected when the nozzle touches. Sorry, what happened? Clipper not happy. Okay, something is up with the cable, I think, or with the umbilical cable. Let's take a quick look at that. Because it's very sensitive. Let's take a quick look-see. Oh yeah, there's one pin is not quite where it should be. It's most likely the problem. Yeah, it was just not clicked in. No, it's where it should be. Let's try it again. Here we go. Now I don't feel bad for the sheet parts from me. You need to unscrew the bed. I hope. Yeah, no, it should be fine. I wonder what the problem with this HDMI cable here is. Like every time you see the color strips, like the HDMI cable here craps out. Let's see. But overall, I'm very happy with this new camera setup. It's just like so much nicer to move around. It's actually a problem I have with the multi-type software V0 umbilical and Pico umbilical. Yeah, with these, I also had my fair share of trouble. Well, yeah, you see, this one is actually the first cable I got from them, from the kit. And there's like some cables missing because the crimps broke. Like the pins were still in, but the crimps broke. Okay. A loose connector of the thermistor kills prints for me, sometimes AC orange. Oh, this is annoying. But at least you know like which thermistor it is, right? Then you can like check the specific cable connection. Let me quickly try this again. And we need to do the homing override. That it first homes XY, moves to the center, and then moves Z. Let me also just play around a bit with the cable. Oh. What? Did I... Well, it's good that I played around with the cable, so we saw that the zip tie broke. What happened there? I did put a new zip tie there, right? Okay. Calibrate. Oh. I was not happy with the accuracy of that one. Oh, we did not do, we didn't tension the belts yet. Also on to-do list. Let's quickly do the homing override and then tension the belts. Then we need to do the input shaper tuning, obviously, which now is very easy because the input shaper is part of the Toolhead board and we don't need random white flatband cables. Yeah. So, Steve, for your question about the meshing, I think this is the answer. I don't think we need a mesh. It's very flat. I'm kind of tempted to just enable the adaptive meshing, but I don't think it adds like a lot of value. So we can just add the adaptive margin here to the configuration. Bad mesh. Adaptive margin. And then I think this is it, because we need to have the exclude object and the object processing enabled. And then should already do the adaptive mesh. I think that's already it. Then clipper home XY first. I'm not sure if there's some smart. Yeah, it's just this. Okay. So I'll just dump everything here. So we move that a little bit down, 15. We home XY, and then we move to, we can just hard code that. It's 60, 60. And that's it. And now basically we should home XY first, and then it moves to center, and then it moves home set. So let's just see. That did not work. It still homes Z first. Why did that not work? Oh, because it's only for Z. Save and restart. A loose connector for the thermistor. Oh, no, I already have that. Still very annoying. No, it doesn't do it. So we have to say we are missing the. Oh wait, you don't even see what I'm doing. We are missing the XYZ here most likely. So it asks for all axes. Let's see if this does it. No, it still first does that. It's very stubborn. Why does it not pick up the homing override? What is save Z home? Save Z homing. One may use this mechanism to home the Z axis at a specific XY coordinate. This is useful. Okay, let's try this. Let's use this and try if this does it. A bit confused why it wouldn't do the homing override because I used it for other machines as well. So we home at 60, 60. Oh, we have a homing override already. Just not in this file. There might be macros. Um, aha, home. Yeah, so we have a homing override here. This is quite old, I guess. This is why it didn't work. This is very old. This comes from the. Let's see. Then let's stick with what we have here. I don't want to do it all. So basically, all we need to do is move this one down. That we first do Y and X. Set axis position Z. So then we do we move Z a little bit down. We do X, Y. And then we do X 60, Y 60. So we just move to 60, 60. Can be a bit quicker. Save, and then let's quickly remove that save that home from the other one. Save restart. Here we go. Do you have sensorless homing config in macros? I have no clue. It's an absolute mess. Like it's kind of like a mix-up between the LDO config I got in the beginning and some stuff I changed. So I'm not really familiar. Moves down quite a bit. Maybe we should like. Maybe we should just do 5. Yeah, that looks good, right? That's what we want. So all we need to do is here instead of like 20, let's just do 5. Technically 2 should be enough. Just like like that, it's not like scraping over the bed. Worst case, let's do 5. And then the home Y it moves away here. Question is if we need that, because I think we can skip this move away part. And then I think we have a very nice homing routine. You can only have one, yeah. I mean, you can have one homing override for each axis, right? You can have a separate homing override for only Z, only X, only Y, or like combinations. I kind of don't like how LDO keeps old stuff in there and then has repeats later that over. Yeah, that's very annoying. I actually had it like last week when we added the EBB36 for Canvas. It was very annoying because like you change something, you're like, why doesn't this have any effect? And then like further down, there's like a second time they changed that. I don't know, it's a bit weird. Not a fan. No, I didn't pay attention because of the rant. But I think it was fine. Let's quickly do it again. Tiny bit down, back. I wonder what the weight is. There's like a very weird like weight when it touched. Is there a weight? Yeah, they have a 500 millisecond wait here. It gives Stalker register time to clear. Let's leave it. I've never seen that, but cool. Homing done. What did we want to do? There was something we wanted to do. Belts tension. Belt tension. We wanted to have belt tension. Let's have some belt tension. Never mind that chaos down there. So we most likely aim around 2, but I'm not very certain about the V0. Let's just aim for 2 and hope for the best. Let's do a little bit over 2. Let's do like 2.2. Here we go. Let's do one more check. Here we go. 2.2. This one's always a bit awkward because it's really hard to, like here, if you do it this way up, you always pull the belt a bit out because it touches the aluminum extrusion down there. So this is not super accurate, which is a bit of a problem. So let's just quickly do this like here. And then what I usually do, all the way down and check upside down. And then if you don't drop it, we can also actually maybe do this. Yeah, let's maybe remove the filament. Maybe this is a tiny bit easier, but it's still very awkward. No, it's pretty spot on. That's good. So this is 2.2. Let's double check on this side because they also influence themselves each other a little bit. So it's a bit too tight here. Okay, 2.2 on both sides. Then let's put the filament back. And then I will put it quickly on the floor for the belts. That offset, now you messed with the nozzle. Not sure if I can follow Steve. Um, let's also add the door. Just that we have like the complete setup. I will also, in parallel, when we do the input shaper calc right now, in parallel, I will just heat the bed also to 110 so we can print after straight away. Shaper, calibrate. Let's click home. Okay, that is homed. It's on the floor. I always do the input shaping on the floor because like the table is a bit wobbly and this will influence your shaper results. I guess this is not a best view of the printer we have. Let's take a look-sees here as well. So it's going up, it's hertz. So basically, as soon as you change something on the tool head, on the belts, you should always do the shaper calibration again, because you will always change stuff. And with the old Toolhead board, like it was always a bit of a pain. Like that's the old board, and because this is just like this, like all the connections were like single cable, so it's like not a like a canvas tool board or something. You always needed this like white cable here to connect it with the Raspberry, and it's always a bit of a pain. There's definitely resonance now at like 80-ish hertz. It's fine. Let's see if we have bad shaper results. We need to find where the screw needs to go. And I'm still not sure why they gave me these cables. Like it's nice cables. They will find a use at some point somewhere. When you build two printers but have one container for catch all screws parts. Yeah, I also have that. I feel like this center section here is just like random stuff I was too lazy to clean up. I don't like the sound. Let's see. Not sure if this will be a good shape result. Now we had Y. Oh yeah, I'm also like Graffinity bins, Steve. I have like down there, there's like a whole like uh, drawer basically. That's like 80 by 60 centimeters. It's huge, and I printed Graffinity for everything. I just now need to start printing actually bins for it. I just printed base plates. And I was thinking of having like all my screws there. I'm just not sure how strong the drawer is, so I need to double check that before putting like those screws there. But my idea was like to have like of every screw type, just like some screws, like M3, 4, 5, button head, socket head, Yeah, basically that. It will be, and then like different lengths, just like a nice collection. Which colors Mobilux EP2 is like gold brown, I would say. Did you plan to publish the print emulator project you designed? I did not publish it yet, but we will. I have the parts there. We will actually build like another one soon-ish. As soon as we are done with the V0 upgrades, that's the next project I want to do. Then I should also publish it. I didn't do that yet. Really should do that too, Steve. Yeah. I really like the Gridfinity. Like all my these like words. Like these are all Gridfinity. I really like them. Yeah, like 5x5 and then like 3 units high. It's all Gridfinity with like filament I didn't like anymore. Sometimes I just had filament and I print it with it and it's like I'm kind of done with the color and then I just like printed Gridfinity bins. I have like 9 of these. I actually want to make one more because I have one more spot free. Let's see what it says. Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Yes. Very good. MZV on both. And the MZV is, let's see, 8,300 is okay. I'm still on why it's like, it's bad. I don't know why on this printer, like it's bad. Bad for V0. And 16, so the this went actually up quite a bit. I think this was like 12,000. Now we have the aluminum toolhead mount, so seemingly this influenced it a lot. There's something going on. Like also if we, let me quickly do it. If I quickly render the chart for the Clyde. 1 second, let me render that out. For Y. Let me quickly check that. Yes, this should be the latest now. So if I open this here, oh, it actually looks quite okay. Or 214, yeah, that's today. No, it looks quite okay. Like the last one I had was like really weird, but it looks okay. But then it's not a really good result. So that's something for the future, maybe to improve. Maybe you want to make the V0 tad faster. This one is not perfect, but it's very common for like if you have the spike and then you have like a second mini spike after, it's quite common. While I'm looking at that anyways, let's quickly also look at X, because X is like 16,000. It's quite good. Okay, X. No, X is weird. Ha, did not expect that. Like this is not nice. Like it should go down further and then over. But it's also like when I said like it sounds weird, it was like very much till the end. So this was the resonance I heard. Let's see. Maybe that's a screw, but like the result from the shaper is super fine. Like it's no vibrations and very minimal smoothing, so it's fine. Nothing to worry about. No need to chase unicorns here. Ugh. Here we go. Let's print something, I would say. The bed is heated. Let's do save config. Let's also heat the nozzle and quickly brush it. My brush is in a very poor state though. I ordered new ones now. Oh, it's hot. Go down. Let's put this back to 110 degrees for the bed, and let's do 250 for the nozzle. Question is Z offset now. Because in the config, we still have a Z offset, right? Position and stop here. It's 120. I'm not quite sure if this still applies. But let's quickly home and then just observe the position. Uh-oh. Z ends up still triggered after retract. I think it's a fan. Yeah, now there's like because now the fan is spinning. I'm not touching it, and you see the orange LD on the back. Not sure why it doesn't. I mean, focus now on the bed, but you see the orange LD here, right? Like it's a bit blurry, but no bueno. So let's try a different preset. The nozzle is also hot now. It's really not. Okay, pressing this button is a real pain. Because I don't see anything. Okay, now there's one green LD, so now it's the preset 2. And the LD flickering is gone. So this is now preset 2, which is like less sensitive. And it's no longer giving us the thing. Like if I touch it, of course, it's still doing it. Let's quickly try to home. The nozzle is also hot now. Let's give this like a really good brush. Yeah, now we're good. So the preset 0 was too sensitive for the fan. I keep finding myself wanting to test LED strips and motors and thermistors and stuff. I have kind of pulled apart a printer right now. Yeah, my LD strips are actually dead. I'm not sure quite why yet. Oh. No trigger after that. Wait, let me quickly try this again. Yeah, it still triggers now. It triggered, now it doesn't home. I don't get compatible grease. Should I go with silicone oil used for sewing machine? But I thought you had the EP2 thingy there on. I would go with that, to be honest. Like if ChatGPT also says like it looks compatible, I would just go with that. You can go with oil. Just check online. Like I never used oil, so I can't comment on that. Do you have retracts on macros to try to prevent oozing? Yes, I have the retracts. That's something I need to tune most likely now, but also we will add a brass brush with a servo for nozzle cleaning. EP2. No, it needs to be quite thick on. That's the goal of it. Like I can also show you the EP2 I have here. Like it's very thick and like it's not liquid at all. And only you hit to 170 or probing. That's actually quite good. Ballistic tech. Um, for with my current macros, it would never probe with a hot nozzle on purpose. Let's put it like this, because the probing I'm not really doing between prints. If the print starts and the printer already is homed, it's not gonna home again. That's how I set up the macros at the moment. Okay, let's first quickly, that's quite good. Let's drop the nozzle temperature now, because now it's hot. And it is oozing a bit. Let's first get it to home at all, and then we can optimize the different things. Now it seems to do it fine. Let's try again. Okay, now it seems fine. Weird. Okay. Let's accept that. Let's close it. And let's check the macros. For adaptive meshing. Let's not bother with meshing now, actually, because we saw like it was super flat anyways, which was kind of expected. I just quickly want to see what the Z offset is doing. Yeah, exactly, because like now it's like at 2. So now it says it's at 2 millimeters, which it clearly as day is not. So I think the Z offset plays a role here. So I guess we need to kind of like delete the Z offset. Um, let's do Z and stuff. Calibrate just for a second. Um, I guess it's the best, right? Yeah. My head touches my screen. Which is stupid. I didn't want to do this anymore, but I'm not quite sure how else. Yep, I was too aggressive. Actually, let's do the following. I know how to solve that. The Z stepper, the Z end stop position is now the max movement. Position max is 121. Let's just put this to 120. And the position end stop is now 0. That's what it is. And then I would just now let's copy this out. Let's copy this out. I quickly saved it. And then just put this to position end stop is 120. So we just like remove all the Z stuff we did. I think you only have to do it once and it's good. I think you don't have to do it all. That was the idea, right? Um, Oh, Steve, you sent me for the probe nozzle? That's a good one. Yes, I will add this to the position. End stop is not valid in section step reset. Okay, let's first fix this one. Let's first fix this one. So position end stop, it doesn't want that because most likely we now use the probe. And then for the probe activate, Steve sent me just like a macro. Actual term. Okay, yeah, well, this is just a fancy. Yeah, that's fine. I fully trust that this is fine. That's all. Just want to make sure I keep the bed at 110 degrees because otherwise it's a bit painful to heat up again. That's fine. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, we wanted to check the. So if I now go to 2, I kind of expect it to be like 2 millimeter. So if I now go down by 1 millimeter, oh, it's forward by 1. Um, so I kind of wanted to just touch at 0. Which it does. So I think now it's fine. So I basically just had to eliminate my Z offset. Okay, then let's jump to Orca. Let's just... And this is what we really want to do today, right? We want to have like a first layer. Let's see, print, upload and print. There's no meshing now. I think that's something we could add as well. Maybe it makes sense, maybe it doesn't make sense, I don't know. Let me quickly turn on the switch wire and we can like copy over the adaptive meshing thing. You could just add a mesh with the 3 points where you would check the screws. So that's fast. Yeah, technically like a 3x3 mesh you could always add. But I think like the adaptive mesh would be even cooler. That just probes the area where like it's where it prints. So let me quickly pull that config. It's just like in a print start, you need to do something. Yep. Somebody did not load the filament properly. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. I can already tell you from this little section that's too high. So I think we definitely need like some form of that offset now once. Let's quickly home that again. Ah, Steve, now your macro kicks in. Um, But we will lose bed temperature now. Yeah, let's see. Here we go. Oh, Ravenkeeper, yeah, bed mesh calibrated adaptive one. Thank you. Yep. Oh, when I'm in Orca, my shortcuts don't work. Here, like this is now the macro Steve sent me. So 260 is still too high, waiting for 175. Um, while we do that, let's quickly check the print start macro. Macros config, and I copy the bad mesh calibrate adaptive one. Now it did again like not a proper homing, so it's still a little bit iffy. Print start. So we basically need to do this when we waited for the bad temp, we home, and then we wait for the bad temp. We should also wait for the bad temp before homing now. And then we do home, mesh. And then we move to the side and wait for the extruded temperature. Okay, so this is still a bit too sensitive. Which let's quickly check the E3D config again, or E3D. Here, this one. And presets, presets. So there's this filter thing. So I would just maybe check, because I'm pretty sure it's a fan now. If we go to the preset 5, which has the same sensitivity that we have now, but it has the filter active, which should filter out the fan. So let's just give this a shot. So preset 5 is on, off, on LEDs. Let's quickly make sure that we don't lose bad temperature, because we don't want to wait for bad to heat up. Okay. Let me just... Give you the overview. So there's one green LD. So we need on, off, on. On, off, on. So this is now the preset 5. Let's actually do it quick. Okay. Just to be sure that it works. Now it complained because, of course, because like there was like no further tap at the spot where it expected. Let's quickly check. First, there's not stuff on the nozzle. And then let's quickly check the probe accuracy again with the new preset. Now it's very hard. You really hard. Tuk, tuk. And it says no trigger after full movement. So I think now that doesn't work. Let's try again that one. Not sure if this really works now. No, I don't like that. Like, I just, because now it makes a sound, I don't like that. And also, like, it's not reliable, seemingly. So let's maybe try the preset 4. So it's on, off, off. Not gonna move the camera now. I hope you trust me that I can press the button. Oh, it's still engaged. Oops, my bad. Uh, Nope, I don't see where the button is. On, off, off. Right? That was what we wanted. On, off, off. On, off, off. Yeah. Now we have preset 4. Let's check preset 4. Home all. It's a bit iffy now. Like, so basically the fan is not good. I mean, you could add to Steve's macro to wait for the fan to be off, but it's a bit stupid. Yeah, it's too hard. It definitely was not good. Okay, this looked now okay. I didn't hear this like dock sound from the web. Okay, the standard deviation is a bit worse than before, but I think still very good. So that's fine. Now let's put the hot end because now the fan is off again. So let's put the hot end just to 150 degrees. The fan is on. Let's do the same shebang again. Yeah, now it seems to be good. The accuracy gets worse. 0.07. It's I don't think it's super good. But as long as it's reliable, let's go for it for now. So that would mean let's quickly run this print again. Did we now add a mesh? I thought we did. Print start, and it does heat the bed to temperature, then show. It should have done a mesh. Probe triggered prior to movement. It failed. Yeah, the probe LD. You see it? No, it's constantly on. But why? Why? Yeah. It is definitely the fan. If I touch it here, see that it's off. If I let go, it's on. The fan is loose. I think there's a little bit like the play in a fan. And that caused like a lot of like. Okay, quick fix for today. I think the solution here is like to give the fan a bit more make the fan a bit tighter. Quick fix for today. Let's do the following. The macro Steve gave me, not long-term solution. Max temp is 45 degrees. So we just changed the temperature to 45 degrees, which means that the fan will be off. So now I should home XY and then like it should wait for the temperature to drop below 50 degrees. Not perfect, but might be what we need to do for now. Yeah, now we'll wait a second for it to drop under 50. I know that this fan is a little bit loose. Like I had this before that like it's not rattling, but like it is vibration. And I think this is really what causing the problem now. But also now it's not triggered. So it's the fan plus being on front that seemingly is the issue. At which point I would just like drop the mesh. That's not how important the mesh is. Because this would be quite annoying if I have repeated prints and I really have to wait for the nozzle to cool down to 50. That's quite a long wait. But yeah, you see like now, there is the red LED, you see, but there's no orange LED, so it's not triggered. Like if I trigger it, you see the orange LED flash. So the fan issue we just discovered was only in the front, which is weird. Let's see, 62 degrees. Yeah, that's already annoying. Already annoying. We also said it was too high, so let me just like notch it down like 0 0.15. 0 0.015. I think the problem might be here also with the V0, that the fan is very close to the probe in a certain sense. With stealth burner, like there's more distance and more mass. Let's see, 56, we're almost there. So need some tweaking for sure. And I think I'll just have to sit down and like play through all the different presets. I really hope we don't have to like make our own preset. That would be really stupid because now we destroyed the cable in a certain sense. Go on. 55. That's really slow at the end. The time here is 20 to 20. 10 20 p.m. That's European Central Time, I think. Not quite sure what the time zone is called. It's European time. $53. We could also like move the temperature up when the fan kicks in. That might also be an option. That we just say like, oh, the fan kicks in at 100. I don't think that's a problem because I only print ABS basically here, so it's not as sensitive. It really takes a sweet time. But yeah, besides small like issues with calibration testing, I think it's a success if we now get a first layer that's nice. 52. Let's try to smash it one time and then I'll just turn it off. That's not worth it. Because it's quite good. Anyways. And I can also do like a mesh once, you know, and save it. And just keep that mesh saved and just let it use this mesh. And I don't have to mesh before every print. $51.3. Yeah, the cooler it is, the slower it drops. Like, it's not fun. $50.9. We're almost there. I hope it's not too picky with the temperature. Maybe it starts a tiny bit earlier. Yeah, it also like picks up if I knock here on the table. It also like flashes the. Sometimes only, not always. It's very sensitive, which is nice. Like I'm very impressed with how sensitive it is. Like without the fan, like it's also like quite reliable. Seemingly. I mean, I need more experience with it, but I think it's a very nice addition. Is it okay to paint the 2020 extrusions? I guess so. I wouldn't know why not. It might scratch off, I think, depending on what paint you use. But I mean, usually they're anodized, which is like a more durable finish, I think. $50.3. We're almost there. Yeah, so if I keep the setup with waiting for the fan to be off, then I definitely set up the temperature up to like 85, 90 degrees because it just cools down way quicker to the temperature than 250. 50.2. $50.1. God, that's slow. Oh no, I think it struggles a bit to get under 50 because of the heated bed being at 110. Okay, this does not work, I think. Yeah, the bed is at 110, which is very close to now where the nozzle is. And now it jumps between 50.1 and 50.2. So yeah, okay. Let's not do that. Maybe Clipper hot and fan temp. Heater temp. Let's just set that to 80. Heater fan. Heater fan, hot end fan. Heater temp 50. Let's just set it to 85. And then we can also, for probe temp is, let's just say 78. That's 2 degrees cooler. Save and restart. Man. I can see some UHB tape coming out of the lock. To lock the fan. Yeah. Actually, like, this is like the second mini South burner I printed. The first one I used like a bit of zip tie to just like put a bit of like pressure on the fan and also like fix the problem. I had some rattling issues with the first one. Yeah. Now the fan is off. We're still at 50.6. So yeah, I think this is the move to just like put the fan up. Let's do probe accuracy. Now there's a bit of like filament on the nozzle, so let's clean this up before we. But it's also stupid now. I have to heat up the nozzle to remove the filament properly, but I have to wait to like cool the nozzle completely down before like I can probe. Yeah, so now the accuracy is okay again. Let me just quickly. Do it this way. Okay. And then let's print. Let's print. But yeah, if we can like, like just squeeze the fan a bit more in to have a bit more tension, I think the problem will be gone. Just now we have to like take off the tool again and stuff, so let's not do that now. Let's also get this put a bit more down that we have proper extrusion at the beginning. I noticed with this machine, like the retractions are a bit odd when you cancel a print. It retracts too much, so when it starts, it doesn't put a prime line down. So that's something I have to debug a bit. Yeah, it's the same now. It's constantly on because now the stupid fan is on again. And it's really like in front. Like the fan also sounds louder now. If I put it here, you see the orange glimmer there. And it's really louder in this corner. So something changes when the tool moves there. And I'm not even pressing hard. Like if I just touch it, it's like blinking. If I put a little bit of pressure, it's gone. Weird. But also like the script puts the temperature to 125, which is a bit inconvenient if you don't have to wait for it again to cool down. So I think meshing, like until the fan is fixed, meshing is not really like in the cards. Then we quickly look at the start G code. Mm, yeah, see here we put it to 125, which is quite stupid. So this one needs to be gone. We'll just skip mesh. What was the range on that bad mesh even? Yeah, now it's again like prop. Yeah, just let's not mesh. This is not worth the hassle. So let's undo that. So on the probe, this activation G code, we say 170 again. Oh, I forgot the macros. And for print start, we now say we keep that here as is, and then bad mesh calibrate is gone. Save and restart. Okay, here we go. Let's do one bad mesh manual. Just save that. Let's just save that as default. And then there's no point in doing that before each print, and then the problem doesn't exist. Yeah, it's a fan. I read that like the fan can cause this problem. I can cause problem, but now basically it's like in this one corner in front, it just resonates really hard for some reason. Yeah, so it's a bit worse now the second time. Which might also be that the screw just changes a bit. But also like again the corner where it like has the front thing. Let's just save that. And let's just print like a first layer. But we're also on preset 5, which was the most sensitive preset, but with the filter, right? Yeah, so if the threshold is 5, like in the 0 preset, but it has the filter. And what we could also try, there's this like threshold, this preset 7, which has this threshold of 1, which is like super sensitive. It has the filter. Maybe we can also try that to just make it like a little bit softer even. Let's see. But I rather also err on the side of like having a bit more firm because it's reliable. With the flatness of the 120 bit, just send it with no mesh. Worst case, do a 0.25 height on first layer. Yeah, I actually have 0.25 height on first layer anyways. But I think it's fine to have the mesh set up now. Oh, we don't even load it. Hey, you need to also load that profile then. Never mind. So technically now we don't have a mesh. Let's just see what it does. It's waiting for 110 degrees now, and then it should like home. Can you just shift the MGN tough carriage book to isoprobe echo without disassembling? Yeah, you can. There's actually, if you check on printables, you will find like printed like bath beds basically, or you can put it in. But it's also not a big deal to pull it off the carriage. Like it sounds always very scary, but you can like carefully pull the carriage off and it will be fine, and you can just put it in. Generally, yeah, just spray it with isopropyl rolled over, it will be fine. You will need a lot of isopropyl though. I remember you want to build quite a big printer, so long rails. Yes, again, like it's loud here in front. Now that I notice, I'm actually bothered by it. Like so, I will fix it. Okay, here we go. Almost there. 257, 258, 259, 260. Should start any second now. As again, like as I mentioned, there's no prime line. It just like then starts pooping out filament at some point. I'm just feeling the line. It's kind of okay. Let's see how it like. Yeah, it looks like quite a good offset. So basically, what I did. Oh no, now it's 0, 0. It's actually 0. Because we restarted the firmware. It removed. Oh, it's not nice. I'm not sure if you can see that, but like it didn't quite stick. But it might just be like, hey, it's again this corner. It's again this corner. This is the corner we already struggled with the manual. So, and I think something is off with this corner. Like, I mean, now we can do a mesh. This is really weird. Like, if you look from it on it from top a bit, like something is off with this corner. Something sounds a bit weird, like from the belts. Yeah, it's definitely a bit low. Let me just correct that a bit. Yeah, like something's wrong with the print end retraction. Like I'm not quite sure. I need to check that. I know I have a relatively long print end retraction because I wanted to have the filament out of the melt zone so that I can later like pull it out. But it should also like do the opposite when it starts. So I'm a bit confused. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, the bed mesh dipped in the corner. Quite significant actually. Like now thinking about it. Okay, let's do the following. Let's do one bad mesh. We did a bad mesh. We can load that bad mesh. You see it here, Ravenkeeper. There's quite a dip here compared to the rest. But in the first mesh, this was not the case. Mm, so now the mesh is loaded. It should use this. I mean, for this, it doesn't look bad. Like here, like it's a bit too low, but it's like fixable. But yeah, here you see like it's way off. It's like individual strands. So let's do another attempt on this. Because like if I have a mesh and I can just like I can just load it, like technically I can just load in a print start. Instead of doing mesh calibrate, I can just say like here, take this pre-calibrated mesh, it should be already good. Yeah, that 0, 0 nozzle might be a small misleading on the left rail, but I guess you've had them off multiple times. Well, I only had them off now once. That's also, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we can loosen the rail and just do it again. Like now we have a probe, so I don't care. It doesn't change the set offset. So it could be worth just like loosening it up and like tightening again. Um, but it must be something with the rail because everything else, yeah, it might be. Yeah, let's see. But since we took the rail, like since we took it apart and we greased the rails and everything, this issue persists. So I might really be the rail. And I need to check this print and rejection. Like this bothers me. Getting a bed with 4 screws. Yeah, no, no, no. I mean the part should be fine, right? So it's just like some adjustment here and there. Let's see. 257, 258, 259. Should start any second now. So we also now have this mesh loaded, so the printer should correct for that. Knowing that the start of print is a bit off, I just moved it down a bit. Yep. Just quickly want to remove the prime line here. Let's see. Now it might be just quite high because I removed a lot of that. So let me just move that down quite a bit again. Yeah, now it's this corner. Fuck. There's some really nasty resonance if it moves like to the side. This is definitely new. Not sure if this is now from the belt tension. Yeah, it's still like it's still not good. It has a lot of vibration in the front. It's really weird. Like when it does the move in front from left to right, there's a lot of vibration here. For the horizontal move, not. Might be something, some loose screw around the motors or something. And this looks all nice. It's all great. It's just like this corner is like no bueno. But I think what I will do, it's like then an off-stream thingy. Like I just loosen all the screws off the rail, just like using the little rail guides and just try to center that again. Now also remove a bit of tension. While this is like doing a thing, let me just quickly do the belt tension gauge. GitHub. Let me just quickly check the manual. I should have done it maybe before. There's this very handy table here. Yeah, 2.2. I'm now more on the upper end of that. So maybe we should take it down a notch. Still weird sound. Like I need to like later like just like hear where it's coming from. So it's a tiny bit low. Like there's a little bit of like ripple, but overall it's quite okay. And this now set off at 0. Like I removed the override with it. But yeah, you see here like in this corner like it doesn't go well. Unpaint 2020 aluminum extrusion. Should I paint them or use them as is? Like if they're silver, you mean like unpainted is like silver, right? I mean just use them. They look like this, right? Like there's no need to paint them. I like the color. Let's just ignore that. Like you don't see that, I don't see that. Just roll with it on. Like the silver looks cool. Like it's having the colored extrusions is like pointless. It looks nice. It looks not even nice, it looks different, right? Like the silver looks totally fine. Yeah, it's like tiny bit low. It's a tiny bit low. Like if you can see there's a bit of unevenness, like especially here in the center. See when the LD passes over here. Print only metal. Ravenkeeper, that's what I was doing the last couple weeks. Okay, I'll just put it up like 0.01. But you really see like it's really the corner here is like really cursed. Yeah, see now I put it up a bit and like the ripple thingy disappeared a bit on the last couple. It's interesting that the mesh doesn't fix it. I would have expected the mesh to fix that. Because the mesh clearly has this dip here in this corner. So I would expect that to be fixed with the mesh. But also what I do like the mesh is really close to the edge of the bed. I'm not sure if that is really good. Like I kind of like prefer to have a bit of like extra wiggle room there. Yeah, it must be something with the rail because like the bed it's for sure not. Because we did the probing with the screws. Unless the bed is now crooked suddenly, it shouldn't be the problem. And it started after we removed the rail. So I'm fairly certain that the rail has something to do with that. You see, really, like after it's already okay again. It's really like this front part here, which might be that the mesh is too coarse, maybe. I don't know, but yeah, it's a 120 bat, so and maybe black is the not the best color on stream. I don't know why. I just had it loaded, so I just used that. Yeah, like everything else looks very nice. Like in the back corner here, it looks nice. Here, like here's like a little bit low. We fixed that here. And really just like this corner here is like absolutely cursed. No, and there's like now like a bump forming there. Also not nice. Okay, so it's my weekend thingy is printing the pedal clips. I hope Steve reminds me. And then I will loosen the rail on that side and see what that does. If I just redo that. I'm a bit disappointed, to be honest, because I kind of expected, because we know the screws are now perfect. Um, so it wasn't me being incapable of leveling the bats, but something is not right. If it was the opposite, I would say you got something under the sheet, but this has to be the rails or something software related. Yeah, but what would be software related, right? Like would be weird. Like the only thing software related that could do something like that would be like a bad mesh. But now we have it with and without mesh. I don't know. I'm really surprised that we have the issue with the mesh. It looks better than on the previous one. Still surprised because the previous one was really like had like a cut here, like right, like it wasn't even like corner. It was like hmm, maybe save that also. Not sure. Not sure. I'll play around with it a bit more. That's just something, like you need to sit down with a cup of tea and like, just try it for like 2 hours. Okay. Oh. So, I mean, overall, this is a nice first layer. Like, this is this bump I noticed. I have no clue what happened here. It's not even though. Like, if you clearly see, this is the front corner here, right? Like the cursed corner. You see the entire side that you see really the lines here, right? The extrusion lines. And if you flip this around to the other side, there's no extrusion lines. And it's almost getting like jagged edges. So it's very much lower here on this side. Yeah, like here's definitely like, it's really hard to see the extrusion lines. And here on the side, it looks somewhat even though. And here on this side, is you clear as day see the extrusion lines. So it's like too high. This is, I would say, almost too low. This looks kind of okay. Like it's a serviceable first layer. It's not the prettiest. And then like basically I can't print in this area here. So the whole, yeah, it's also like here the this corner here. You also see here that like the corner is not very cornery. Like it's like a bit like it's not like this. It's like this. Like it's a bit rounded. So also here it's too low. Let's do the following quickly. Just put the bed to 100 and let's do like screw tilt calculate. Ah, but now we have the issue again with the fan. Like it's already triggered. We have to wait like a split second for the fan to. Like overall, like the lines in the middle, like they look very even and nice. It's a bit too high actually for my liking, because you see the lines. Like usually with the textured bed, I prefer the lines to be like invisible. So you need to squish it down a bit more, that you have like a even texture basically. Let's just open this. That the nozzle cools a bit quicker maybe. And there's something like wrong with the movement here in front as well. Like might have something to do with that. Let's see. The bad corner isn't from the bed sheet. I usually get that before I wash the plate with soap. I can wash the plate with soap quickly. But let me do that. We will see. But it's ballistic tech. No, it's not the soap because it's also on the mesh. Sleep well, Rom. Thanks for checking in. It's also on the mesh, right? Like you can see it clearly here. Like it's like it really goes down quite a bit here in this corner. So it's not soap, I think. The high spot could be this thing here, maybe. Okay, fan is off. Let's do a screw tilt calculate. And the weird thing about this tech is that like from a level bed, if I would have this much down here in front, I would expect the opposite corner to be this much up, right? Because the bed would be like a plane. So if it's like on the front, like down, it needs to go up in the other side. And it doesn't. And that's why we think it might be something to do with the rail here on this side. Yeah, the bed is quite okay. Like it's 2 and 3, so it's like as level as it gets. And that's probed here, here, and here. So it should be fine. We can also quickly do like a bed calibrate and see what it looks like now. Neo, that's actually also like a very good thing. Let's quickly do that probe here. No, it's definitely on the sheet, like by quite a bit. But let's increase the margin a little bit. We added the mesh, and the mesh min was 5.5. Let's just go to 10.10, just to be sure that we don't have any weirdness on the edges. I'm a bit annoyed with the fan. Like that's kind of a bummer. It's solvable, but it's like kind of a bummer. What do you mean if I don't probe the whole sheet? Oh, look at this. Ah, now it was gone. Maybe it's also with 110 degrees. I don't know, because now the bed was at 100. Now we just do a new mesh, and now it's further inward. It's at 10 millimeters from the side. If you only probe, let's say, one point in the middle and print, does it? The first time we attempted it, like the one that was like very bad, it was without the mesh. Let me quickly modify the filament here to have like 100-degree bed. One second. So this is not a mesh we are using. So you see again, like here the bed is drooping here a bit. Let me do my quick fix again for the wrong thing. Now I notice the fan. I'm really not. And it's actually might also the weird sound when it's moving on front. I just keep my finger here for a second. Just like to see if this like removes that weird sound. Okay, this is the last attempt for today, I would say. No, the weird sound is definitely from the steppers. Yeah, well. I think now it had like stuff on the nozzle when it probed. So this is now like okay. Let's do the following. So you really have to make sure the nozzle is clean. Let's do the following. I will print the bed clips. I will attempt to print the bed clips. It depends that this needs to work. So I will print the bed clips. I hope I will receive the parts for I hope I will receive the parts for the nozzle brush for next sprint. Next sprint. I need vacation. For for next week. And then my to-do for the weekend is basically printing the parts, and I will just like loosen the rail on this side here and just retighten it and see if that does anything. It's just weird because like, what I explained before, like if the bed would be the problem. So if this is the bed, right? So if the front corner here is going down, I would expect the back corner to go up, and that's not the case. So something is off that only affects this corner. So I think it's the rail. That makes sense. And then yeah, for now I also need to really pay attention if the nozzle is clean, because this really affects then of course now the Z offset. And then I just need to look into macros for this kind of like setup, because technically like I need to clean the nozzle, I need to cool the nozzle down to like 170, and then I need to probe, and then I need to heat up again. So it's a bit of a process now. And I also need to check the retraction after print end. Lots of to-dos. Cool. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Overall, I think it's a success because it works. We have some small things to fix. We also will fix the fan next week, most likely. Because there's 3 screws, there can never be just one bad corner. Exactly. It needs to be at least 2 bad corners, or it's... I mean, it could be bad, but I know the bad is good because it worked before. I did loosen the rail, so high likelihood that's the candidate. Cool. Okay. Enjoy your weekend. And see you next week. Bye.